Chapter 4. Now is different. Our time of extremes. Not till we are lost, in other words, not till we have lost the world, do we begin to find ourselves. Henry David Thoreau, American essayist and philosopher. The first rays of the morning sun were just breaking over the horizon as I stepped down from my truck onto the ground of the ice-covered parking lot. Although the glaze under my feet was unusual for the time of year, simply knowing that fact didn't make my walk to the cashier inside any less treacherous. The leather soles of my boots were worthless when it came to traction on the ice, and my walk became more of an awkward skate. I was passing through a small town in southern Colorado on my way to a meeting in Taos, New Mexico, later in the day. Remembering the long stretch of wilderness I had to cross to get there from past trips, I'd stopped at the convenience store to fill my tank with gas and grab a hot tea. As I stepped through the door into the warm air inside, an older-looking man was sipping coffee from a thermos at a table near the window. He had just seen the whole display of me slipping and sliding from my truck to the door. As I passed his table, without even looking up at me, he said, "Slick out there, ain't it? So you saw my dance?" I asked jokingly. "Yeah, I saw the whole show. Those boots of yours ain't no good in this kind of weather. You need to get some of these," he said, pointing to his thick rubber-soled work boots under the table. "I've got some," I replied, "but they're back at home. I usually come through here later in the day when the sun's up and the ice is gone. I got a late start out of town last night, though, and didn't want to drive over the pass in the storm. So I spent the night at the Best Western." I pointed in the direction of the only hotel in town. I thought that was the end of our exchange, so what I heard next took me completely by surprise. "Yeah, I know what you mean," the man said. "It ain't supposed to be so cold this time of year. But everything's changed. The native people told us this was common, all of it. They told us the rain would stop, the weather would change, and people would go crazy trying to figure it all out. Problem is, nobody believed him." The man's words were completely unexpected and totally out of context for the morning, at least for me they were. For him, however, these were obviously things that were on his mind. For the first time, he peeked up at me from under the brim of his threadbare John Deere cap. He looked directly into my eyes, and with a big breath said, "Now everything's haywire. It's all messed up, man. It stopped raining in the rainy season. My wheat stopped growing when it's supposed to. My cows can't find any grass to eat." He continued, "It ain't good. But what are you gonna do? You gotta keep living. You gotta keep trying and just do the best you can. But I'll tell you one thing, this ain't business as usual, that's for sure." The old man stood up to leave, and took one more sip from his thermos. I'd barely spoken, yet I felt I'd just experienced an extraordinary conversation. As he turned and walked toward the door, he finished, "You take care now, young man. There's a whole lot of nothing between where you're at now and where you're going." I watched as he walked to his old International Harvester pickup. I knew they'd stopped making those trucks over 30 years earlier. I followed him out the door, stood, and watched until the rumble of his truck faded into the sounds of the morning. I thought about what he'd said and wondered if it was true. It's a fact that the world has changed in big ways, but it's hard to put a finger on precisely when the change began. There was one thing the old man said that I couldn't deny: we're living a time that is extraordinary by any measure. Our world today is truly no longer business as usual. Now is different. It's true. Now is different. The world that we grew up with is gone, and it's not coming back. It disappeared before our eyes. While we were shopping for the weekly groceries, putting meals on the table for our families, and caring for our aging parents, the familiar world we've known and trusted disappeared. The problem is that no one told us this was happening. No one told us that our lives were being changed forever. There was no announcement in the headlines of the Wall Street Journal or USA Today. There was no media special on the cable channels, no investigative report on the nightly news, and no expose on a glossy magazine cover to catch our attention at an airport newsstand. Because the world we knew no longer exists, and its disappearance has never been widely acknowledged in mainstream thinking, we've never had the opportunity to acknowledge the greatest shift in our lives, impacting the greatest number of people in the history of the world. We've never had the chance to say goodbye to the things that are gone and mourn their passing. We saw evidence of our world vanishing as the mom-and-pop shops that used to line the streets of our small communities gave way to the big-box stores that drove them out of business. The family-owned farms that we used to rely upon for our eggs and milk every week have become a rare sight even in the rural areas of America. The neighborhood shops that we counted on to fix everything from the holes in our shoes and our tires, to the lawnmowers that trimmed the grass we used to grow in front of the homes that we used to own are becoming memories of another time. An entire way of life has vanished, and it happened so fast that many people still don't know it's gone and never coming back. They don't realize that we're in a vulnerable world of transition, and for now, a time of extremes. This is where the problem begins. Because they don't know the shift has happened, they're still waiting for the world of the past to return. They're waiting for life to get back to normal. Consciously for some, unconsciously for others, they're clinging to an idea of the world that used to be, to the way things used to work, and to where they fit into that world. Many people have put their lives on hold until that familiar world returns. They've put off making big decisions, like when to get married, when to have children, and when to look for a new job in a new industry to replace the one that no longer exists. They've put these things off because they're waiting for the world to settle down and get back to normal. While they're waiting, they're missing the best part of life, life itself. An entire way of life has vanished, and we've never had an opportunity to mourn its passing so that we can let it go. Waiting for normal to return. I remember a conversation I had a few years ago that beautifully illustrates what I mean by waiting for life to get back to normal. I was talking to a gas station attendant in a small mountain town about the weak economy and how people in the area were coping. "How are things in this part of the world?" I asked. "Has business been good here?" With a shrug, the woman behind the counter stopped counting the change in the cash register and looked at me. "Do you really want to know?" she asked. "Absolutely," I said with a smile as I handed her my credit card. "I wouldn't ask if I didn't." "Nothing's been the same here since the mine closed," she began. "People were making good money. They had good jobs, good benefits, and job security. At least, they thought they had job security. Then everything changed. Everything just went to hell. It's always been a mixed bag around here with the mine. When it's open, things are great. When it closes, it's pure hell and people go through hell. A few years ago the price of the ore dropped so low that the mine had to close, and just like that there were hundreds of people with no jobs." "That's got to be tough," I replied. "How much of the town works in the mine?" "When it's open, it's the biggest employer in the county," she explained. "In the good times, they ran 24/7, using around 600 people to cover 3 shifts up there." "Wow, that's quite an operation. How many people live in the town itself?" I asked. "Our population is about 1,850 people," she replied. "About a third of the town has worked in that mine. When it's good, it's really good. And when it's bad, well. So what's everyone doing now?" I asked. "How are they making a living?" "Oh, they're around, she said. They're doing whatever they can to get by. Some of the guys are mechanics working on cars by the gas station down the road. Some are cutting winter firewood for locals or baling hay. They're doing just about whatever they can to get by until the mine reopens. How do you know the mine will reopen? I asked. How long's it been since it closed down? It closed 5 years and 2 months ago, she said. There's a skeleton crew working there now to keep things moving. We keep hearing rumors that it's starting up again, but nobody knows for sure. All we can do is hope. I'll hope with you, and keep you in my prayers, I told her as I signed my receipt. Another customer was coming in as I turned and walked back outside to the beauty of the mountains that towered over the town. I was amazed by what I had heard. Driving back to the main road, I couldn't help thinking of the parallels between what the woman behind the counter had just shared about her small community and what's happening on a bigger scale in the world at large. Perhaps more important, I'd experienced firsthand the way in which people often deal with the kind of change that tears at the fabric of their security and their lives. In the case of the mine, it was closed because the world changed. The ore that the livelihoods of those townspeople once depended upon is now being mined in China for a cheaper price. That change is one facet of an even larger shift in the balance of global resources. For the mining community, it's a shift in favor of another economy located in another country. The point here is that people who are reluctant to release the security of doing what's familiar to them are missing the opportunity to create even greater security in the new world that's emerging. We sometimes justify our reluctance to let go of the past through a belief that the changes we see are temporary. In the same way that music industry executives believed the revolution of rock and roll was a temporary craze when it first appeared in the 1950s, or the way some technology experts believed computers would be a passing fad when they burst onto the scene in the 1960s, when we see so much change on such a large scale happening so quickly, it's a sure sign that we've outgrown the world of the past. And that's why it's impossible to return. Our reluctance to accept that the changes exist may even compromise our ability to adapt. We can only cope with changes that we acknowledge. How can we thrive in the new world if we're focused on waiting for the old world to return? A radical shift. There are layers of change in the emerging world that surrounds us. These facts have led to the certainty of where we find ourselves right now, in this very moment. We're living with a new set of rules for our lives, our careers, and the big picture of the world. The best minds of our time are in agreement that you and I are living a radical shift in the world and our lives that's unlike any other in recorded history. So precisely what are we facing today that no generation before us has had to face? While answering this question could fill the pages of an entire book, and other authors have done a beautiful job of doing just that, to do so is not the reason I'm making this point. Rather, it's to provide the background for why we now need to think differently. With these ideas in mind, the following is a summary of the climate, population, energy, and economic conditions that make now so different from times past. Climate extremes. It's not just our imagination. It's not just the emphatic warnings of overzealous environmentalists that tell us we're in a time of climate extremes. It's not just the elders of the world's indigenous communities sharing the wisdom and warnings of their ancestors regarding our era. It's the data itself that tells the story. And the data tells us that we're living a rare era of cyclic change that few humans in the past have ever experienced. Since the mid-1990s, our global family has met with the crises, and risen to face the aftermath, of a growing number of weather-related extremes, from record-setting floods, hurricanes, tornadoes, and temperatures, to killer superstorms, that have had consequences unparalleled in recorded history. Fact, we've crossed vital ecological thresholds that are necessary for Earth's survival, such as too high levels of CO2 and species extinction. Fact, there has been a 2.5-fold increase in the number of devastating floods worldwide that occurred between February and May 2010 as compared to the number of floods during the same season of the year in each of the years between 2002 and 2006. Fact: there has been an increase in the number of North Atlantic tropical storms that the National Weather Service documented between 1998 and 2007, a trend that continues to the present day. Fact: there has been a dramatic surge in the number of wildfires associated with drought since 1998 in North America and throughout much of Australia and Europe. While it's certainly not unusual for weather-related disasters to occur, it is unusual for there to be so many of them occurring in so many places in the world at the same time. Each year we have extreme weather. Omar Bador, the chief of the Data Management Applications Division at the World Meteorological Organization in Geneva, Switzerland, has explained, but it's unusual to have so many extreme events around the world at once. Even while Bador was alerting us that global weather events for winter 2012 would go beyond business as usual, a bizarre series of storms were wreaking havoc across the globe. These included massive floods in the United Kingdom, extensive fires in Australia, and an epic storm of both rain and snow that threatened the lives of 160,000 Syrian refugees living in temporary camps set up in makeshift shelters in Lebanon. Before the winter months arrived, it was already clear that 2012 would be a year for the record books. By year's end, the extremes had left a legacy that included the world's 9th warmest recorded year since 1850, record low rainfall in the United States and the most severe and extensive drought in at least 25 years, record high temperatures in the United States, with 197 all-time highs tied or broken. Superstorm Sandy, which brought a record 32-foot high wave to New York Harbor. A study published in the journal Climatic Change tells us without reservation that extremes such as these are more than just local anomalies. They're happening on a worldwide basis, and the world simply isn't prepared for how quickly the climate is changing. The last decade brought unprecedented heat waves, says the lead author for the report, Dim Kumu. For instance, in the US in 2012, in Russia in 2010, in Australia in 2009, and in Europe in 2003. Kumu summarizes the impact of such extremes in one sentence, stating, "Heat extremes are causing many deaths, major forest fires, and harvest losses. Societies and ecosystems are not adapted to ever-new record-breaking temperatures." While the decades-old controversy regarding the existence and causes of climate extremes appears to be far from resolved, the data of the Earth itself reveals the facts. It's a fact that the history of the planet is one of dynamic change in climate and weather patterns. It's also a fact that patterns of the past suggest we should be experiencing a time of warming at present. We're now at a place in the cycles where it's reasonable to expect a general warming of the planet. The question is, how much should we expect? Temperature deviations during the medieval warming period, MWP, between the years 820 and 1040, were nearly 4 times greater than what we're experiencing today. Another warming episode in the late 1200s involved deviations twice as great as those seen today. While the variations are in fractions of a degree Celsius, I'm sharing them here to offer a rounded perspective on climate change and what it's meant in the past. It's interesting to note that these temperature changes occurred without the factors that are commonly believed to be the cause of such extremes, such as industrial sources of CO2. The question is, why? If the CO2 was not the trigger at that time, what was? And what does it mean for us today? These are questions we must honestly answer if we are to address the issues of climate change in a meaningful way. The data clearly shows the cyclic warming and cooling of the past, including the medieval warming period, MWP, with temperatures of 0 degrees Celsius above the norm, and the cooling that followed. This is where the honesty of acknowledging the data comes in. If, as the data suggests, we're experiencing the new normal of a changing climate and the effects that it brings, including the warming of the 20th century and the expected cooling in the 21st, then it makes perfect sense to adapt to the change instead of waiting for conditions to return to the way they used to be. It makes sense to adapt the way we live, grow our food, and build our homes, and to rethink the choices of the past that now leave us vulnerable to the extremes of today. It makes sense to re-examine our ideas of resilience and the role it plays in adapting to, rather than recovering from, change. We're living a time of climate extremes that is unlike anything in living memory. Population extremes. As I touched upon in my previous book, Deep Truth, from the end of the last ice age, about 12,000 years ago, until sometime in the mid-1600s, the size of the entire population of Earth is believed to have been pretty much stable. During that time, the number of people born was offsetting those losing their lives to everything from woolly mammoths and saber-toothed tigers to the brutally cold winters caused by climate change. So for 11,500 years or so, there had been fewer than 500 million people on the planet. To put this into perspective, it means that during this time the number of people being sustained by the resources of our planet was less than half the number now living in India today. After 1650, conditions changed and the population began to grow. The steep increase approaching 2000 began to be evident in 1804 when the global population reached the 1 billion mark. The dramatic population growth since that milestone is unprecedented in the history of the world and a key factor in the increased demand for energy, food, and other resources needed to sustain our global family. Between 1650 and 1804, the population doubled to 1 billion people. After the first doubling, it took only 123 years to double again to 2 billion. Since that time, the trend has continued, with each doubling taking less time. As the number of people in the world increased to 3 billion, 4 billion, 5 billion, and 6 billion, the number of years it took to add each additional billion people shrank from hundreds to 33, 14, 13, and 12, respectively. In 2012, our global family reached a new record of about 7 billion people. While the speed of population growth appears to have slowed since then, it continues. As Joel E. Cohen, Ph.D., mathematical biologist and head of the Laboratory of Populations at the Rockefeller University, stated in Scientific American, the peak population growth rate ever reached, about 2% a year, occurred between 1965 and 1970. Human population never grew with such speed before the 20th century and is never again likely to grow with such speed. The good news in Cohen's assessment is that the population explosion appears to have topped off about 40 years ago. The flip side is that most of those born during that peak are still alive and need to find the resources in terms of food, water, homes, and jobs to sustain them through their lifespans, now with an average expectancy of 67 years worldwide. This is where politics, technology, lifestyle, and age-old customs are converging to create the hotbed of social crises that we see today. The U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, whose vast resources for data collection provide some of the most accurate and timely information possible, describes the need to record such statistics. The population growth rate is a factor in determining how great a burden would be imposed on a country by the changing needs of its people for infrastructure, e.g., schools, hospitals, housing, roads, resources, e.g., food, water, electricity, and jobs. Rapid population growth can be seen as threatening by neighboring countries. While the rate of population growth in our world peaked between 1965 and 1970, we still need to find the resources to sustain those born during the peak through their expected lifespans. Energy extremes. There's a direct link between the number of people in the world and the demand for energy. While we'll explore the relationship between population and energy in later chapters, the point here is that the world's growing population, and also the growing numbers of people aspiring to Western ideas of an energy-intensive lifestyle, has pushed the demand for energy up to record levels. For the last century or so, that demand has been met mostly through the use of fossil fuels. During the 19th century, coal was so abundant in Europe and North America, and so inexpensive, that it quickly became the fuel of choice for the world. For more than 100 years, coal powered the steam engines for the factories, ships, and railroads of the Industrial Revolution. In 1800, it's estimated that the world produced about 10 million tons of coal per year to satisfy its energy needs. By 1900, that number increased 110-fold to over 1 billion tons. Today, coal remains the primary source of energy used to power the turbines that create electricity for the world. In 2010, 7 billion tons were produced worldwide. At the current rate of use, the U.S. Energy Information Administration estimates that the world has about a century and a half of remaining economically exploitable coal reserves. Coal, however, is not the energy used for things beyond the world's industrial power grids. When it comes to heating our homes, cooking on our kitchen stoves, and fueling our automobiles, we rely upon oil. Following World War II, oil became safe, cheap, and popular. Oil has been the fuel of choice for domestic energy uses since that time. While the world's oil reserves looked nearly inexhaustible at the start of the oil era, crude oil is in fact a finite resource, and it's unreasonable to rely upon this shrinking resource for the growing energy needs of the world in the future. While this makes sense intuitively, it was a geologist in the 1950s who put this fact into perspective and gave us a timeline for the world's oil. That geologist was M. King Hubbert, Ph.D. In what has become the key to determining how long we can expect the world's oil supplies to last, Hubbert placed the telltale factors for oil, estimated reserves, proven reserves, recoverable reserves, and so on, into a formula to describe how much exists and how long before it is exhausted. The result was the statistical curve that now carries his name, Hubbert's curve, more commonly known as the peak oil curve. Figure 4. On the next page, shows the theoretical peak oil curve and the actual curve from oil production. The real-world data correlates almost exactly with the predicted curve. Compelling results such as these are now applied to global estimates to give us a realistic idea of how long the world's reserves will last. The result? We've already passed the time of peak oil, and it happened approximately 25 years ago, in the mid-1980s. We've now entered an era of relying upon oil that's harder to retrieve and more expensive to produce to meet the global demand for energy. The dilemma is that while we know that the cheap oil is gone and the world's reserves are shrinking, the demand for oil is actually still increasing every year. While a growing environmental awareness, coupled with more efficient automobiles, has actually lessened the demand for oil in the developed Western nations, the world's overall demand continues to grow, largely due to emerging economies, such as those of India and China. Until recently, the amount of oil available has for the most part been able to keep pace with what is needed. It's clear, however, that this relationship cannot last under the present conditions. Now that the availability of cheap oil is declining, scientists have to look deeper into the oceans under many miles of water and deeper in the earth under many miles of rock for the remaining deposits. Both of these factors make the drilling more difficult and increase the costs of retrieval, making crude oil less profitable to produce. The term that describes this relationship is return on investment, ROI. The decreasing ROI on oil production today is already a factor that's giving new meaning to the term peak oil. While oil will continue to be an important way to meet the energy needs of the world for the foreseeable future, it's becoming less so because other, renewable forms of energy and advances in natural gas technology are turning the energy equation of the world upside down. Economic extremes. When I look out from the stage into the audience during my seminars, it's not uncommon to see participants' eyes glaze over at the very mention of the word economy. Many people automatically link the word with money, a topic that seems boring and too technical. But when I share with them that the economy of the world is about much more than money, they become curious. How can you have an economy without money? They'll ask. The answer surprises some people. Whether we're talking about the economy of a family or the economy of a planet, the truth is that it may include money, but it doesn't have to. Our global economy is part of the fabric of relationships that weave the families, communities, and nations of the world together. It's the means for us to share the things we have with other people who need them, and for them to do the same with us. Without an economy, we couldn't share the food, energy, medicine, and goods that are vital for our lives each day. With this idea of an economy in mind, the audience suddenly moves from being only slightly curious to intensely interested. Suddenly the meaning of the topic becomes crystal clear. We're talking about their lives and the very essence of the changes that are affecting them each and every day. While the topic of the world economy would be interesting to explore at any time, it's crucial to do so in our time of extremes for one very important reason: it's in trouble. Depending upon which expert you ask, some will say that the global economy is fractured and needs healing. Others will say that it's broken and beyond healing. Almost universally, however, all will agree that the global economy as we've known it is teetering on the brink of a collapse unlike any we've ever seen. While the reasons contributing to such a precarious situation are many, and we could trace the roots of our vulnerability to a number of factors that began in the last century with the banking system itself, to do so is beyond the scope of what I can do justice to in a few pages. And while such information is interesting, it's really not the focus of the changes we can make in our lives today to be more resilient. So I'll limit this portion of the book to two key elements that are converging upon the economic landscape of the world. Both are contributing to our time of extremes and affecting your life right now. These factors are: 1. The reserve currencies of the world. 2. The unprecedented levels of debt. Each of these ideas alone is simple to understand. When we put them together, they tell a story. This story will become important in later chapters of this book, which continue to explore creating resilience in your life. So, let's begin. Factor 1. The money everybody uses. Following World War II, the United States had arguably the strongest economy in the world, based on the strongest and most stable currency, the US dollar. Because of its strength and reliability, the dollar was adopted as the currency of choice to be used between countries for big purchases of things like oil, gold, and food. On July 22, 1944, it officially became the reserve currency of the world. The definition of a reserve currency is a currency that is held in significant quantities by many governments and institutions as part of their foreign exchange reserves. Having a global reserve currency has its advantages and its disadvantages. For the country issuing the currency, it's a good thing, because it ensures there is always a demand for its money. It also gives that issuing nation an advantage when it comes to exchange rates and buying imported commodities. The downside is that the health of the reserve currency affects every economy that uses it. Today, the world uses multiple reserve currencies. These different currencies are held in a basket of which the US dollar and the European euro make up a combined 90%. As the primary reserve currencies, large amounts of these two currencies are held in the world's financial institutions and banks. The additional 10% of the reserve basket is made up of other currencies such as the British pound sterling, the Japanese yen, and the Swiss franc. The US dollar and the European euro are the primary reserve currencies for the banks of the world. Because large transactions between nations for commodities like energy and food are made using these reserve currencies, their stability has a big effect on the global economy. This means the health of the dollar and the health of the euro have a great impact on many of the economies of the world, and this is where the problems begin. The debt linked to the reserve currencies is one of the factors contributing to our time of extremes. Factor 2. Debt, debt, and more debt. It's no secret that the global economy is in crisis or that debt is a big part of the problem. Rarely a day goes by when we're not reminded by the media of the debt crisis in Europe or the staggering debt that the world is accumulating. While debt has always been a critical factor for governments and nations to address, following the financial crisis in the United States in 2008, during which tremendous amounts of money were dedicated to averting a global banking collapse, the debt of the US and the world began to spiral out of control. In 2012, for example, the global debt was a record $48 trillion, over 2 times greater than the $19 trillion owed only 10 years earlier, in 2002. By autumn of 2013, global debt had increased to a staggering $51 trillion, following what appears to be a trend of escalation that will continue into the foreseeable future. This situation has placed us in uncharted territory. Never before have the largest economies of the world, like those of the United States, the Eurozone, and Japan, for example, been carrying so much debt that it equaled or exceeded their annual income, or gross domestic product, GDP. The way in which this crisis is being addressed at present is for countries that have debt to add more money to their money supply to ensure there's enough to pay the bills and keep the wheels of commerce turning. While the term often used to describe this practice is printing money, these days only a relatively small amount of money is actually created as the physical, hold in your hands kind of currency. The creation of money is more about monetary reserves and expansive monetary policies, such as the quantitative easing programs, QE1, QE2, QE3, and so on, designed to create the effect of adding money to the system. The good news is that this solution is having a steadying effect on the world's economy for now. Each time the money is created, social security checks are covered, federal employees are paid, and life appears to continue as usual. The flip side is that there's another effect that makes this solution unsustainable in the long run. When more money is created, whether it's dollars, euros, or yen, it means that more money is in circulation and each unit is worth less. In other words, because there's more of it available, the currency becomes diluted and weaker. Just as is the case for anything that's diluted, this means it takes more of the same currency to pay for the same things than it did in the past when the currency was stronger. The bottom line is easy to imagine: when our debt goes up and more money is created to cover our obligations, the value of our money goes down. This devaluing of the dollar has been a big factor in the higher prices Americans have seen at gas pumps, in grocery stores, and at prescription drug counters. Between 2000 and 2011, for example, the price of corn, one of the world's most important food crops, rose from $75 per ton to over $310 per ton. Between 1998 and 2008, the price of gasoline increased from an average of $1 per gallon to an average $4 per gallon, a whopping 294%. These factors, devaluation and debt, are also contributing to problems in parts of the world that rely upon the reserve currencies for the necessities of everyday life. The weakening of reserve currencies due to growing debt has put the cost of food, energy, and housing beyond the reach of household budgets in nations where the annual income is only a fraction of what it is in more affluent Western countries. The record-setting debt of the world, and the resulting weakening of major currencies, is a key factor contributing to our time of extremes. Considering the extreme conditions of our climate, the extreme demands for energy, and the extreme pressure being placed on our economies, all of which are amplified by extreme population levels, it's fair to say that we're living in a time of tremendous volatility. As my friend at the convenience store at the beginning of this chapter observed from his corner of the world, life is certainly no longer business as usual. Maybe Peggy Noonan, a columnist with the Wall Street Journal, has said it best: we are living days of lore. Days of big history. Clarifying what she means by big history, she continues, we are living through an epoch scholars 50 years hence will ask about and study. They will see us, you and me, as grizzled veterans of something big. I think there's a lot of truth to Noonan's remark. Everywhere I travel in the world, there's a sense that we are, in fact, living in a time of something big. In my opinion, if we can get a handle on 1. Why so many seemingly separate shifts are happening, 2. Why they're happening now, and 3. Where they're leading us, then we'll have taken a giant leap toward making sense of the change and our place in it. In doing so, we could also create a renewed sense of hope and optimism for ourselves, our families, and our communities. This hope could become the common denominator for people coming from different cultures, spiritual and religious traditions, and ways of life, and it also gives us a reason to think beyond our differences to the realities that are transforming us all. The key to our survival is to acknowledge the facts of what we're up against, the things that are changing and what the changes mean in our lives. Never in the modern world have we attempted to meet the growing needs of so many people through shrinking supplies of so few resources, with climate change supercharging the demand. Temporary extremes or the new normal. Until recently, there's been a tendency to think of the kind of extremes I've just described as anomalies that are separate and unrelated. The result of such thinking is that we end up attempting to put out the fires of one problem here and another one there. While we can do so with varying degrees of temporary success, we never really get to the core issues at the heart of the extremes. This approach brings to mind the image of holding a balloon full of water, noticing a leak in one place and trying to stop it just as another leak appears in another place. When we think of climate change, for example, we've been led to believe that if we were to stop using fossil fuels and embrace a clean, green, and sustainable lifestyle, we would somehow fix the warming that's part of our time of extremes. While I definitely believe in and support the development of clean, green, and sustainable forms of energy, and we definitely put less strain on resources with energy-saving light bulbs in our homes and offices, and riding our bicycles to work and school is definitely healthier than driving, there is a consequence to making these lifestyle changes in the belief that they're the answer. For a growing number of people and policymakers, focusing on these commendable shifts in the way we live has become a diversion from a stark and uncomfortable reality. The records of the earth itself tell us that the changes we're trying to stop are actually characteristics of a new normal. Rather than acknowledging the scientific facts, which describe climate cycles of the past, what we can realistically expect today, and how we can adapt to the changes, their thinking suggests that we can return to the old normal, such as the climate of the 20th century. The problem with this thinking is that the focus becomes one of stopping and reversing the changes, rather than creating the resilience to adapt to them. We've been led to believe we can fix the problems, rather than adapting to the extremes that have become the new normal. This is one of those places where the type of conversation I'm having with you can sometimes become uncomfortable and, for some people, difficult. The reason is because it means acknowledging the fact that the extremes are real, and where they come from. If we embrace the history of the Earth itself, for example, it clearly shows that we're living at the time in a repeating cycle when big shifts in climate have been triggered in the past. Mainstream media, popular science, and traditional classrooms and textbooks have been reluctant to acknowledge the accuracy of the ancient calculations that describe such changes, specifically those of the 51-25-year cycles described by the Mesoamerican calendar. That is, until recently. In a paper published in 2004, Lonnie Thompson, Ph.D., a glaciologist with Ohio State University's Bird Polar Research Center, describes a sudden shift in climate 5,200 years ago that gives us insights into the shift we're experiencing today. Thompson reveals that discoveries from a number of different sources, in a number of different locations across the globe, all point to a startling conclusion. From pollen in lakebed core samples in South America and methane in ice cores in Greenland and Antarctica, to tree ring data from the United Kingdom and plants preserved in the ice caps of the Peruvian Andes, the story told by the records of the planet is unmistakable. The climate changed dramatically 5,200 years ago, and the impact to life on Earth was immense. It's not so much the fact that a big change occurred that's making the headlines, it's when the change occurred. We're generally used to thinking of climate shifts as things that happened when dinosaurs roamed the Earth and people, once they appeared, lived in caves. What makes Thompson's discoveries so powerful is that, in the overall scheme of history, 5,000 years really isn't such a long time ago. To give this revelation a bit of perspective, the study reveals that the change happened within recorded human history, just 3,000 years before the time of Jesus, during the early Bronze Age. Something happened back at this time and it was monumental, Dr. Thompson says. Describing the significance, he continues, the evidence clearly points back to this point in history and to some event that occurred. It also points to similar changes occurring in today's climate as well. From studies like Thompson's we can gain insights into the changes that we're living through today, and perhaps more important, insights into how we may adapt to them in our lives. I've personally spoken at conferences where the organizers themselves believed that the facts about our time of extremes should not be shared publicly. The reason given to me for holding back this information was even more disturbing than what the actual data is showing. We don't want to scare people, is what I've been told. I understand the intent of such comments, and honestly believe it comes from a sense of responsibility and feelings of genuine caring. However, I also believe that while pacifying people's anxiety may have worked for some situations in the past, it no longer serves us to follow this line of thinking today. When I hear such statements, it reminds me of a dysfunctional family trying to deal with individual outbursts of rage that tear the members' lives apart without first acknowledging the underlying trigger. The fact is that this thinking doesn't work for a family, and it won't work for the world. Our time of extremes has placed us in uncharted territory. If ever there was a time when we needed to be honest with ourselves about what we're up against, I can't think of a better one than right now. Tipping points of convergence. From the studies of respected think tanks like the World Watch Institute, founded in 1974 to independently research critical global issues, and the World Resources Institute, founded in 1982 to analyze environmental policy, to UNESCO's Millennium Ecosystem Assessment Synthesis Report, drafted by 1,300 scientists in 95 countries, it's clear that the best minds of our time have gone beyond the warnings of the past to alert us to dangerous trends of unsustainability. We're now living in the time that they warned us of in the past, and the magnitude of the changes we're experiencing is our cue to sit up and take notice. In 2005, Scientific American published a special edition, Crossroads for Planet Earth, which confirmed that ours is no ordinary time. One section describes the human race as now entering a unique period in its history. The purpose of the magazine issue was to identify a number of global crises that, if left unchecked, hold the potential to end human life and civilization as we know it today, everything from new diseases with no known cures and energy-intensive nations exhausting Earth's finite resources, to never-before-seen levels of global poverty and habitual disregard for the health of oceans, rivers, and rainforests. The conclusion was unanimous. we simply cannot continue living as we have in the past if we expect to survive even another 100 years. Earth cannot sustain our habits. Over 1,000 scientists from various disciplines have honed this idea into a report released by the World Economic Forum, aptly titled Global Risks 2013. The bottom line is that the conditions of climate change and the teetering global economy pose the possibility of a perfect storm of crises that will impact the world for a long time to come. The point that these organizations and others are bringing into public awareness is that each of the scenarios identified in their reports is catastrophic, and all are happening now. The contributors to these special bulletins and reports are certainly not alone in their assessments of our situation. They, along with other science-based researchers, who range from independent authors to members of the intelligence communities of the United States, including the Pentagon and CIA, which see the crises as threats to stability and security, have sounded unmistakable alarms loudly and clearly. The alarms are telling us that we're already in trouble. Nature is already at a tipping point of losing the oceans, forests, and animals that make life as we've known it possible. When we factor in the reality of broken economies, vanishing resources, climate change, and the loss of entire industries, along with the jobs they provided for our families and communities, then the individual extremes take on a new meaning. The tipping points of no return in different areas of our lives are leading us to a time of convergence. While different reasons have been given as to why so many crises are occurring in such a brief period of time, there seems to be a general consensus regarding the big picture. Something extraordinary is unfolding in our world. How do we begin to define something so big that it has been anticipated for thousands of years, has the potential to alter every life on Earth, yet can't be encapsulated in a single word or idea? It may be precisely because the implications of our time of extremes are so vast that there's been a reluctance to even acknowledge that we're in the midst of something so big. Maybe the conditions, challenges, and crises we face, along with our communities, our nations, and our world, are best summed up by evolutionary biologist E.O. Wilson. He states that we're living what he calls a bottleneck in time, when the stress upon both our resources and our ability to solve the problems of our day will be pushed to their limits. Having discovered that respected organizations are pointing to the same critical issues and reaching the same general conclusions, we can clearly see that we're in the midst of a rare convergence of factors that is creating a transition for our world. The question is, where does the transition lead? Are we headed for a world of destruction? Or are we headed for a world of transformation? Our failure to recognize the big picture and where the trends are leading us may ultimately be the worst problem we face. Fortunately, this problem is solvable. Will the convergence of tipping points make our time of extremes one of destruction or transformation? The choice is ours. Us and them versus we. When we look closely at the biggest shifts in our world, we see a common theme that brings the reason for so much change front and center, and into crystal clear focus. It's simply this: the only things that are collapsing are ways of thinking and living that are no longer sustainable. The fact that so many facets of daily life are breaking down so quickly tells us where the thinking of the past no longer works. And from peak debt to peak oil, the simultaneous buckling of big systems tells us that now is the time to rethink the very beliefs that have driven our choices in the past. Facts such as these have led many experts to view our time of extremes as a time of crisis as well. But the word crisis doesn't necessarily mean that something bad is happening. It can also mean that something big is happening. I used to have an aversion to the word crisis. Recently, however, I've come to appreciate it for one reason: if we say we're in a crisis, it means that we still have time to fix the problem. If we say that the crisis is over, it implies there's nothing more we can do. So the fact that we're still in the midst of the crises of climate change, economic volatility, and energy production means we have a chance to adapt. These are consequences that we face today for a past way of thinking. Because the world has changed, these issues are asking for our immediate attention. Never have so many people been asked to think so differently and to solve so many big problems in such a short period of time. We live in a world where everything is connected. We can no longer think in terms of us and them when it comes to the consequences of the way we live. Today it's all about we. It was precisely to create a greater sense of we-ness that we developed the internet that links us together, the transportation industry that moves people between continents and nations, our financial markets that operate 24/7, and the cell phone networks that allow us to text our loved ones on the other side of the world at 3 a.m. The purpose is to connect us. But this has become like a double-edged sword. Our global connections allow us to share everything from our music, art, culture, and celebrations, the good, to the not-so-good problems of scarce energy, food, and money. During a recent trip to Cusco, the high-elevation ancient capital of Peru, nestled in the Andes Mountains, I witnessed the grand opening of a McDonald's restaurant. It was located just a couple of doors down from the historic 400-year-old cathedral in the city's central square, which houses some of the oldest New World relics of the Catholic Church, predating the Spanish conquest. There's little beef in the area, but the local staple of alpaca, an animal related to the llama, is plentiful. So the Andean version of the Big Mac is actually made of 2 patties of alpaca meat in a sesame seed bun covered by that famous special sauce. I witnessed the same thing happening in the Tibetan capital of Lhasa, located at an altitude of 12,000 feet above sea level, where the local meat, yak, is substituted for the beef used in the West. The Tibetans in the area love to joke about the Big Yak burger that has replaced the traditional Big Mac. The point is that globalization has made McDonald's, Starbucks, and KFC, for example, familiar sights in remote places of the world today, just as they've been for decades in the biggest cities of the United States and Europe. The same oneness that makes it possible to share such commercial pieces of culture, as well as fashion, music, and art, also makes it inevitable that big problems in one part of the world will affect the lives of entire communities in other parts of the world. This means that the effects of climate change, for example, are showing up as price increases that reflect the smaller harvests from drought-stricken fields of the world. The slowdown in the global economy is showing up as the closure of factories and the loss of jobs in our local neighborhoods, and the rise in global debt is translating into weakness in our local currency and the record low interest that we're being paid on our CDs and retirement savings accounts. Through these simple examples, it's clear that we can no longer separate the world out there from what's happening at our family dinner tables, in our classrooms, and in our offices. Our oneness also means that we can no longer separate spirituality from our everyday lives. During the media session and interviews before a public seminar, it's common for the interviewer to ask me if I'm going to talk about the science stuff or the spiritual stuff. My answer to the question is generally not what the interviewer is hoping to hear. Where do you draw the line between spirituality and our everyday lives? I reply. It's an important question, because the artificial separation between science and spirit is precisely what keeps us stuck in the thinking that prevents us from adapting to today's crises. What could be more spiritual, I ask, than applying the deepest truths revealed by science as the real-world solutions in our everyday lives? The crisis of change itself. When big changes happen in our lives, we tend to view them initially as crises. The previous mention of climate change is a perfect example. When the climate of the world began to shift, it caught many people off guard. Although the teachings of different indigenous traditions around the world have warned us for centuries to expect these changes to occur, and the geological history of Earth clearly shows us that we are on course for a cyclic shift in climate, the average folks going about the business of their everyday lives simply weren't expecting it. And it's no surprise that they weren't. In the memories of the people living today, the weather patterns of the last century or so had become familiar, regular, and predictable. The temperatures and growing seasons for our farms and gardens had become as sure as night follows day. Then, suddenly, they all changed. My wife and I experienced this change personally in the high desert of northern New Mexico. The area is known for its low humidity, an abundance of sunshine, and generally mild weather. Although rainfall is rare throughout much of the year, the New Mexico desert has traditionally experienced what the locals call the monsoon rains in the summer months. Like clockwork, beginning in July each year, the warm, moist air from the Gulf of Mexico makes its way north to collide with the cold, dry air coming across the mountains of Colorado and New Mexico. Each afternoon, when these air masses meet, they create a remarkable display of lightning and massive thunderstorms. Such downpours of rain continue throughout much of the summer. They did, that is, until recently. New Mexico and much of the desert southwest is in the midst of a full-blown multi-year drought. For the first time in the memory of residents who've lived in the area for many generations, local ranchers are being forced to sell off their cattle and local farmers to abandon their crops because they can no longer sustain them. For the people and economy of New Mexico, the shift in the weather is a crisis that's forcing them to change the way they think and the way they live. Caught by surprise. June 30, 2012, will go down in the record books as the night that took the weather experts by surprise. While meteorologists saw the converging patterns of heat and moisture on their radar screens, even they were in awe of the size and severity of the storms that the patterns formed. The widespread nature of the radar image we saw is a very rare occurrence, said Stephen Konarek, a meteorologist with the National Weather Service. We would not have been planning on that magnitude of event. The cost of the damage from the storm system that stretched from the upper Midwest of the United States to the eastern seaboard that night was about 3/4 of that from Hurricane Irene, August 2011, one of the worst in U.S. history. Even with the help of approximately 600 utility workers and emergency crews that came from as far away as Texas, Michigan, and Florida, residents would remain without power well into the following week. A local noted how the storm caught everyone off guard, stating, "I guess it was a real surprise to everyone, apparently even them." By them, he meant the weather forecasters. While the severity of such storms may come as a surprise to meteorologists and forecasters, to those living close to the cycles of nature it does not. Almost universally, ancient texts and indigenous traditions have warned that now is precisely the time when we can expect to experience tremendous change on many levels of our lives, including global climate and local weather. They've known that change was coming, for a simple reason, because it always does. As described in my book Fractal Time, Hay House, 2009, every 5,000 years or so the cycles of the Sun and the position of Earth in space conspire to bring about massive changes in our world, such as the one highlighted by the geological studies described earlier in this chapter. The fact that such changes are now documented scientifically adds to the credibility of our ancestors' wisdom. And because the changes are based upon cycles that are predictable and simple to calculate, it's not difficult to identify when the last great change occurred, and to then calculate when it will appear again. The essence of the changes described by those who have experienced them in the past follows a worldview that is straightforward and intuitive. It's essentially a map of relationships that gives meaning to our time of extremes. This map helps us make sense of the underlying reality for the crises we face today. When the world changes, we are changed. We are changed as people. We are changed as communities and societies in the presence of our changing world. And when we see the magnitude of what's unfolding right now, we can be absolutely certain that we're in the midst of a big change in our lives, as are our loved ones, friends, and neighbors. We can also be certain that the changes we're undergoing are happening quickly. As we find nature being pushed to the limits of what is possible to sustain life, the extremes are pushing us as individuals, families, and communities as well. They're pushing us in ways that are sometimes obvious and sometimes subtle. The extremes of life are forcing us to think differently about ourselves and reconsider how we sustain our jobs, careers, health, and relationships. In order to make sense of the seemingly senseless hardships affecting every facet of society, we're being pushed to look beyond the wisdom handed down to us by our parents, and theirs. This is where the message at the core of our most cherished spiritual traditions, our unity with the world and nature's cycles, is now taking on new meaning, and new relevance, in our everyday lives. I'm not suggesting that every single member in every age group of every indigenous tribe possessed this knowledge. What I am suggesting is that the general theme of cyclical change being driven by Earth's location in space, and how this would impact our planet and our lives, seems to have been an accepted principle in our ancestors' worldview. And it's easy to see why. Once the wisdom keepers, ranging from the Maya of the Yucatan and the scribes of ancient Egypt to the students of the Hindu Yuga cycles, established the motion of Earth in the heavens, the rest simply made sense. Until being confirmed by the modern science of the mid-20th century, however, this ancestral knowledge continued to be held only by people of indigenous cultures. Now we know. We humans have a history of embracing change and an amazing track record for successfully turning the extremes of crisis into transformation. Geology tells us that 20,000 to 30,000 years ago the climate of our world changed suddenly, and in a big way. From the preserved bodies of woolly mammoths discovered with remnants of their last bite of food still in their mouths, to the fossils of tropical plants discovered in Antarctica, the geologic record of the Earth confirms that the climate changed dramatically in the past in ways that gave our ancestors little time to adapt. There was nothing in their memory that could have prepared them for what was happening or told them what to do. We know that they did adapt to the unexpected change and that their ability to do so paid off. Not only did they survive, but their numbers increased and their descendants, our ancestors, migrated throughout the world to populate the land at even greater levels than before the freeze. More recently, we've demonstrated our ability to pull together as a global family to overcome some of the greatest changes of the modern world. Our ability to rebuild the world economy after the stock market crash of 1929 is a perfect example of this kind of unity. The unprecedented renaissance that took place in Europe and Japan after the destruction of World War II is another example of what I mean here. The point is that when we've faced big problems in the past, we've characteristically risen to the call and created the level of cooperation that was needed to meet the challenge. In times past, however, there was a key difference. Throughout the greatest shifts in our world, we have typically dealt with a single crisis, like a collapsed economy, the devastation of a war, or a pandemic disease. So we know we're good at meeting the challenge of one crisis at a time. What makes our present-day challenge so very different is that we're dealing with multiple crises converging into the same window of time. It's this fact that makes our era of extremes so different from times past. Unless we think very differently than we have previously, we know with reasonable certainty where the trajectory of the world's extremes is leading. To successfully meet the challenge before us, we must answer three key questions. As individuals, as communities, as nations, and as a global family, we must look squarely into the mirror of our lives and ask ourselves, how can we solve the issues we face if we're not honest about them? Are we willing to accept new discoveries that reveal the deepest truths about our relationship to ourselves and the world? How do we adapt to a changing world through applying the principles of modern science and spirituality to everyday life? In December 2012, I had the opportunity to pose these very questions to an indigenous healer living in the jungles of Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula. Once we got past the barriers of language and translation, the answers came quickly. He began by unrolling a tapestry that he borrowed from a local vendor. A man after my own heart, I thought. I viewed his woven tapestry as the jungle equivalent of the PowerPoint slides that I use to illustrate ideas for my audiences throughout the world. The image on the brightly colored weaving clearly showed the Mayan tree of life. Pointing with his finger, he highlighted the 13 levels of heaven, the upper world, above the ground, the 9 levels of the underworld below ground, and the branches and roots of the Seba, silk cotton, tree, the sacred tree that connects the worlds. While the idea of an upper world and an underworld, or many of them, may at first seem to reflect the Christian idea of heaven and hell, there's one important distinction. In the Mayan tradition, the levels of the underworld are not viewed as bad places reserved for people who've done something wrong. Nor are the heavens only for good people who do righteous deeds. Rather, the healer described both the heavens and the underworlds as parts of a continuous experience. He said that we all experience both the heavens and the underworlds as part of our great life journey, which is based upon cycles. Driving the cycles of experience in all the worlds and everything in our lives is a force that cannot be represented in a picture. It cannot be represented at all. Because it encompasses everything that exists, it's beyond description. The name of the force in Yucatec Mayan is Hunapku. This knowledge formed the foundation of the healer's answer to my question. He explained that the key to the wisdom of his ancestors and their knowledge of change is that they did not separate themselves from the world, as we have done today. They did not separate one experience from another. They did not separate art from science or spirituality from everyday life. From the movements of the stars to the cycles of weather, all aspects of life were viewed as part of the mix, as facets of that one continuous experience. Because of this worldview, Mayan wisdom keepers were able to gain powerful insights into nature's cycles of time and change. I listened carefully to what my new friend was saying. It's been said that the events of history repeat themselves. It may be that the knowledge of the past repeats itself as well, showing up time and again, and appearing in our lives precisely when it's needed. It's this kind of holistic view, describing the interlocking continuity of all life, that's now reappearing as the conclusions of the best science of today. Both science and indigenous wisdom remind us that we're part of all that we see. This means that we're a part of the solutions as well. The key is that we must first shift our perspective so we can recognize our connection. It's this evolutionary thinking that empowers us to shift away from simply reacting to our time of extremes, into living the resilience that becomes our transformation. Chapter 5. The good news. We already have the solutions. Every great and deep difficulty bears in itself its own solution. It forces us to change our thinking in order to find it. Niels Bohr, Nobel Prize-winning physicist. It's been said that we humans are creatures of habit. Maybe Warren Buffett, paraphrasing 18th century writer Samuel Johnson, summed it up best when he said, "The chains of habit are too light to be felt until they are too heavy to be broken." If we're honest with ourselves, these words are probably just as true today as when Johnson spoke a variation of them over 200 years ago. We are creatures of habit, and it's for this very reason that change of any kind can be hard for us. It's often easier to hang on to the familiar ways of the past, even when those comfortable habits are no longer good for us, than to face the uncertainties that the new can bring to our lives. Peter Drucker, whose writing has contributed to the model for modern business, says, "Everybody has accepted by now that change is unavoidable. But this still implies that change is like death and taxes, it should be postponed as long as possible and no change would be vastly preferable. But in a period of upheaval, such as the one we are living in, change is the norm." Author's emphasis. My grandfather would have agreed. Before he died at the age of 96, Grandpa would talk to me for hours about the world and the way it was in his time. He was born in Eastern Europe at the beginning of the last century, and as I recounted in deep truth, he always began his stories by telling me how different the world of his day was from our world today. While I knew that what he was saying was certainly true, each time I listened to him share his memories I understood even more just what he meant. My grandfather would tell me of a world that I could only imagine, one where horse-drawn wagons still had the right of way when they encountered the newly invented automobiles, and where many homes had no electricity and telephones were rare. It was a world in which there was no network of superhighways, and indoor toilets were a luxury. Grandpa always said that the world stopped making sense to him just after World War II. It was during that time that the new discoveries in science, and changes in everyday life, happened so quickly that he couldn't keep up with them. When the post-war technology wave produced innovations like jet planes, pocket radios, barcode scanners, and fax machines, it all simply looked crazy to him. Because he could no longer relate to the changes occurring around him, he felt left out, like an outsider in his own world. My grandfather never caught up with modern technology. The shift that happened after World War II was the beginning of a crisis for him that lasted until the end of his life. Designed to change. There's a common thread that binds the world my grandfather knew following World War II and the world we live in today. Both are the product of tremendous change occurring in a very brief period. People in both worlds had to shift their modes of thinking and living, and in ways that they had not been prepared for. Perhaps most important of all, neither world was meant to last forever. The technology of both was designed to change. For example, the now unthinkably low fuel efficiency of the 1960s muscle cars, some of which got less than 10 miles per gallon, mpg, was meant to give way to the more efficient engines of today, which commonly run at 35-40 mpg or more. The portable 8-track tapes of the 1970s were meant to give way to the smaller cassette tapes, and then to the CDs that followed them, and eventually to the pure energy of the electronic zeros and ones of today's digital era. On a larger scale, the 19th century power grid of wires and cables that still connects our homes, families, and nations today was meant to be temporary. It was never meant to last into the 21st century. When inventor Nikola Tesla designed the system that allows alternating current power to be carried over long distances, he did so to provide the people of the world immediate access to the comforts that electricity could bring into their homes and businesses. It was meant to serve them temporarily while he perfected another system that would broadcast energy without burdensome cables and wires, in much the same way that a TV signal is broadcast. For political reasons, Tesla lost his funding and was never able to complete his system of wireless electricity. One of the greatest electrical geniuses of modern times, Nikola Tesla died in 1943, and his temporary power grid remains with us today, over 100 years longer than it was meant to last. These familiar forms of technology are examples of thinking that were never meant to be the ultimate destination of timeless solutions. Rather, they were meant to be the bridges that would get us to our next steps. It's this subtle yet profound realization that has helped many people feel a little better about our world as it looks like it's turning upside down. As described in Chapter 4, the trigger for much of the change today is that the past ways of thinking and living are no longer sustainable. It's not so much that they are wrong or bad, it's just that we've outgrown them. They no longer fit into our world. Much of the world we've known was meant to be a bridge to a better way of life rather than a final destination that was to remain unchanged. The Blueprint for a Vision. On May 25, 1961, President John F. Kennedy stood before a special session of the United States Congress to make an announcement that would forever change the destiny of America and the course of human history. With these words, the world shifted. I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal, before this decade is out, of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the earth. With this statement, Kennedy set into motion the massive effort of coordinating the technology, corporations, research, and funding that would be needed to accomplish his goal. Only the building of the Panama Canal during peacetime, and the super-secret Manhattan Project in wartime, could compare to the depth and scope of Kennedy's mandate to go to the moon. In what is arguably one of the most impressive displays of military and civilian cooperation ever achieved, Kennedy's vision became a reality. It happened precisely as he had stated, and in less time than he had imagined. In the 8 years between Kennedy's speech and humankind's first step on the moon, the plans were created, the propulsion systems were built, the bugs were worked out, and the space capsule that would carry precious human life went from the drafting tables to the launch pad. On July 16, 1969, the massive Saturn V rocket, measuring 363 feet long and weighing 6 million pounds, left the launch pad at Cape Kennedy carrying 3 men to the moon. 5 days later, astronaut Neil Armstrong announced the landing with the now immortal words, "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind." When people talk about this astonishing feat, one of the first questions they typically ask is, how could it have happened so quickly? How could the materials have been created, the technology developed, and the systems completed in less than 10 years? The answer to this question is the reason I'm sharing the story here. The success of the mission and the timing were possible because two key factors came together in just the right way. First, the big pieces of the technology were already in place. While the integration of so many systems and components was a monumental task unto itself, in large part the theories, materials, and communications already existed. That's why the second factor was so important. While much of the technology was already available, no one in a high position of authority had ever made it a focus to bring everything together. When the leader of the most technologically advanced nation on Earth did so through his speech, his words gave the scientists and administrators permission to fall into line. Giving them a mandate opened the floodgates of innovation and resources for the exploration of space and more. In other words, Kennedy made our journey to the moon a priority. We find ourselves in a similar situation today. Rather than sending humans to the moon, however, our mission pertains to what's happening right here on planet Earth. Just as the technology was already available in the 1960s for space travel, today we already have the knowledge and the means to alleviate the human suffering that's become the hallmark of our time of extremes. We already have the ability to feed every man, woman, and child living in the world. Fact: the agriculture of the world produces 17% more calories today than it did 30 years ago, enough for at least 2,720 kilocalories per person per day. Fact: malnutrition and hunger are not caused by scarcity. Rather, they're the result of poverty, harmful economic systems, conflict, and to a lesser but growing degree, the droughts, floods, and unpredictable weather patterns resulting from climate change. We already have affordable, clean, and sustainable forms of energy that can be made available to every household that needs them. The global shift to such energy appears to be emerging in gradual stages, rather than instantaneously. Fact: the first stage of the world's energy changeover is occurring through the use of liquefied natural gas, LNG, which burns cleaner, produces 50% less CO2, and is more affordable than conventional coal and oil. While it's not the ultimate solution to satisfying our growing need for energy, it shows a shift in thinking and is a step in the right direction. Fact: the technology that makes additional forms of alternative energy viable is slowly and steadily improving. This includes solar, geothermal, and wind power technology that can locally supplement conventional power sources, as well as create local resilience to regional energy problems. Fact: sources of energy that appear exotic by today's standards are gradually being implemented to replace fossil fuels altogether and add to a mix of clean and sustainable alternatives that can provide for the needs of our growing population. We already know how to alleviate the abject poverty of the world that has been the source of scarcity and suffering. Fact: the United Nations Millennium Development Goal to reduce the world's most extreme poverty, of those living on less than $1 per day, is working. The first goal, to have the proportion of the world's population who is living in such poverty between 1990 and 2015, was actually met in 2010, 5 years ahead of schedule. This tells us that real change is achievable and lays the foundation for a push toward an even greater effort. It's obvious from facts such as these that the elements for big solutions already exist. As of this writing, what's lacking is the kind of vision that President Kennedy provided in 1961, the shift in thinking that makes such goals a priority. The key to awakening our dreams is to make the object of our vision a priority in our lives. No shortage of solutions. The examples in the previous section tell us that meaningful change is achievable and doesn't have to take generations to show up in our lives. The UN had the resources and the motivation to bring about a meaningful reduction in poverty for the world in less than 20 years, for instance. So while we know that such change is possible, no one has, as yet, made it a priority to mobilize the vast resources at our disposal and implement similar changes on a grand planetary scale. In the event that such a visionary declaration was made, the existing solutions could quickly bring an end to the many and diverse forms of suffering in our families and communities. In the absence of such a declaration, we find ourselves bearing witness to a world where the solutions that could bring hope remain hidden away. It's not unusual for an audience to gasp in awe when I say that the big problems of the world are already solved, that is, the problems that technology can solve. Just as the technology for our successful mission to the moon already existed when Kennedy made his speech, the solutions to the big problems in our lives, such as social change, creating sustainable communities and cities, and more, already exist. Although a number of visionary leaders and thinkers have created organizations and written excellent books to demonstrate what's possible in our lifetimes, it's beyond the scope of this book to do justice to them all. For this reason I've chosen a few examples from different fields that illustrate how much effort has already been directed toward the kind of change I'm talking about. We don't need to reinvent the wheel when it comes to knowing where to begin. Other people have already done so, and some have devoted their entire lives to doing the legwork so that we don't have to. While I'm not suggesting that any of the following is the only plan of its kind, I'd like you to see the depth and quality of the solutions that are available to us, the plans that have been formulated and the implementation that has been drafted. The ball is rolling. Now the question is, what are we waiting for? Plan B. One of the leading voices in the effort to educate and mobilize the general public toward a sustainable shift in the way we think and live is the former head of the World Watch Institute, environmental analyst Lester R. Brown. We are in a race between tipping points in nature and our political systems, Brown says. In a bold attempt to head off the suffering of our collapsing civilization, he released a series of books designed to illustrate just how bad things were and how much worse they might get. The books all have the same title with different subtitles to show their individual emphases. The first in the series, Plan B, Rescuing a Planet Under Stress and a Civilization in Trouble, Norton, 2003, describes the red flag statistics that began telling us we were in trouble. His third book, Plan B3, Mobilizing to Save Civilization, Norton, 2008, reflects an even greater sense of urgency about the dangerous trends further developing in our world. Since the time that his first Plan B book was published, many of the factors that were only warnings then have now become the reality of our world. For example, Brown identified how critical times in nature, such as the time when a species' population is shrinking, mark the point of no return for that particular system. Brown then described how a number of related ecological systems on Earth are approaching similar points today. One of the things I like best about the Plan B series is that it contains realistic action steps that we could put in place immediately to address the issues facing us. Examples of these items include designing cities that support people and the way people live, rather than supporting industries and commuter-based economies, implementing features that can immediately raise the energy efficiency of homes, offices, commercial buildings, and public transportation. Establishing an economy based on a cyclic use of materials rather than the one-way, linear model that dominates today. Making a shift in government spending, in the United States, that includes reallocating a portion of the massive military budget for use in the building of new, sustainable infrastructure. Brown's Plan B series is a sobering yet necessary assessment that offers the hope of action plans, while also highlighting the problems. Without a doubt, Brown's work is making a powerful mark on the way we think of our world. For many organizations, agencies, and individuals, the Plan B series has become a Bible for identifying potential solutions. Social Change 2.0. Just as Lester Brown identified the important issues and offered viable solutions for the big picture of global change, David Gershon has done much the same for the institutions that drive such change in societies themselves. Gershon is an accomplished author of a number of consciousness-raising books, including Low Carbon Diet, Empowerment Institute, 2006, which won the Bronze Independent Publisher Most Likely to Save the Planet Book Award in 2007. In Social Change 2.0, High Point/Chelsea Green, 2009, he does a masterful job of drawing upon his expertise, with a background that extends from academia to serving as an advisor to the United Nations and the Clinton White House. From these personal experiences, Gershon has been able to identify the reasons why so many attempts to solve social problems, ranging from inner city to global issues, have hit a dead end. It's because the solutions are based upon ideas that have proved to be faulty. From his perspective of systems theory, Gershon then describes how the social crises that we see today are the signals telling us we are being called to reinvent not only our world, but also the process by which we achieve this reinvention. One of the many reasons I was drawn to Gershon's book is that, like Brown, he offers his readers real-world alternatives to traditional models of social change. These are the time-tested and proven methods that speak to the needs of today's societies and the transformation they're undergoing. He shares examples of what he's learned in a way that could become a template for creating positive change in almost any social setting, from a small community to an entire nation. After describing his work in facilitating the positive conversations between local officials and community members in a number of large American cities, for example, he shares meaningful steps for applying what he's found in a variety of situations. His principles and action steps include making changes in communities that are relevant to people's lives, organizing citizens to take greater responsibility for issues like health, safety, and beautification, among others. Empowering local civil servants to take greater responsibility and accept greater accountability for the changes that are affecting their neighbors and families. The design and implementation of a whole systems approach to community change. When something is true in our lives, I am not surprised to see that truth show up time and again in many places. This is certainly true for Social Change 2.0. There is an overlap between many of the ideas that Gershon identifies in his book and the principles of Brown's work, as well as the futuristic communities envisioned by innovators such as Paolo Soleri, which are designed to integrate sustainable architecture with the ecology of the land the structures are built upon. Arcology and ships. In 1970, something amazing and beautiful began to happen in the arid desert north of Phoenix, Arizona. A visionary architect began to build a community unlike any other anywhere else on Earth. The man's name was Paolo Soleri, 1919–2013, and the kind of community environment that he envisioned is a perfect example of the urban housing that's needed in our time of extremes. It's perfect because it's designed to help large numbers of people adapt to the shifts taking place in our world, both natural and human-made. A student of renowned architect Frank Lloyd Wright, Soleri named his community Arcosanti. He based it upon a principle that is best described in the community's own words. Arcosanti is an urban laboratory focused on innovative design, community, and environmental accountability. Our goal is to actively pursue lean alternatives to urban sprawl based on Paolo Soleri's theory of compact city design, arcology, architecture and ecology. Using a combination of otherworldly aesthetics and solid engineering principles, Soleri based the design of Arcosanti on the theme of working with the land and the elements of nature, rather than by forcing the land to accommodate our ideas about homes, schools, and offices. What this means in real life, for example, is that a rock cliff located in the place where a home will be built becomes the wall of a living room rather than being sheared down to the bedrock to accommodate sheetrock and plywood. One of the fundamental ideas of arcology is to adapt to whatever it is that nature offers. In the case of Soleri's community, one of those elements is sunlight. Arizona's deserts are known for their abundant, high-quality light, which lends itself to solar energy technology of all kinds. Arcosanti was designed to be a self-sufficient and sustainable community of 5,000 people who would derive all their energy needs from various forms of solar power. The Two Suns Arcology module of the Arcosanti village is a system of collection, transmission, and consumption of solar energy, which incorporates both active and passive solar energy to provide for the village's needs. A massive system of terraced greenhouses accumulates the heat of the sun, which is then redirected to other buildings for their heating and cooling needs. I've had the opportunity to experience some of Soleri's constructions, and I remember wondering at the time why we weren't incorporating ideas like his into the homes and cities of the modern world to begin with. Another visionary design for self-sustaining communities also has its roots in America's desert Southwest. It's a community in the high desert near Taos, New Mexico, that was established in the 1970s. It was during that decade that architect Michael Reynolds began building an entire community that was off the grid, requiring no public utility connections for electricity, sewage, or water. The construction was based upon the use of traditionally discarded materials, such as aluminum cans, glass bottles, and rubber tires for the walls. These were covered with stucco plaster to form beautiful and very organic-looking structures. He named the homes and offices he was constructing earthships, in part because he literally used earth, the local dirt, in their construction. The use of the soil came about in different ways. One of these was called rammed earth. It's precisely what it sounds like, the piling and ramming of soil against specially prepared foundations and walls of buildings, effectively making them partially buried. The insulating and acoustic deadening effect of rammed earth is unmatched in traditional construction. These homes and offices are warm and quiet. The second way the dirt was used involved packing it into old rubber tires to form some of the walls, especially on the northern exposure, where there was no warmth from direct sunlight. The density of the packed earth made each tire into a perfect round brick with a space of dead air at the center, providing an enormously high insulation effect against the heat and cold of the desert extremes. Each earthship uses the south-facing glass walls to allow the desert sunlight to radiate into the building and heat the clay brick or flagstone floors during the day. After the sun goes down at night, the bricks continue to radiate their heat evenly and effectively throughout the house. I've been in earthship homes where the indoor temperature in December hovers around 80 degrees Fahrenheit, and remains stable well into the night. Each home is equipped with a self-contained system to collect the used water from the home and filter and recycle it to water the trees, flowers and vegetable gardens that are grown outside, as well as in the building's atrium. Whether these specific designs are ever used on a larger scale is a question that remains to be answered. The reason I'm sharing them here is because these communities, and others that are already functional in other parts of the world, are the laboratories that inform us as to what's possible when it comes to rethinking our neighborhoods and even entire cities. As we rebuild after the devastating effects of climate change, such as the EF5 tornado that leveled the city of Moore, Oklahoma, in May 2013 and Category 3 Hurricane Sandy that destroyed entire communities on America's eastern seaboard in October 2012, the sustainable principles demonstrated by these visionary communities may provide the flagship models for how we construct the cities of the future. Global shift. Everyone learns a little differently. For precisely this reason, many very good teachers have written very good books regarding our time of extremes. While the perspectives of some books are oriented toward the big picture and how the changes in our lives translate to changes in the world, others acknowledge these relationships while focusing more on integrating change in our personal and spiritual lives. Edmund J. Bourne, Ph.D., has written one such book, Global Shift: How a New Worldview is Transforming Humanity, New Harbinger, 2008. Two elements of this book drew me to it and made it one of my favorites on this subject. The first element of the book that I like is how Bourne integrates leading-edge science with indigenous traditions, spirituality, and the realities of everyday life to paint a picture of the new world that's emerging. Rather than asking us to accept a single perspective as the perspective, he paints an honest portrait of the real world as one in which people are searching for a new worldview that makes sense, and most important, that works. Within the context of an emerging worldview, he dedicates an entire chapter of the book to taking action. I found this chapter rich in ideas and resources that could help us embrace the promise of the book's title. Among the familiar suggestions that I'd expect to see in such a book, such as lifestyle changes, environmental conservation, and community charities, Bourne also identifies things we can do in our financial lives that reflect the economic shifts happening in our daily realities. These suggestions include socially responsible ways to invest our money, innovative ways to invest in our communities, conscious ways to invest in the world's financial markets. While it's not likely that we would implement all the changes in Bourne's book at once, by the end of it we've gained a solid grasp of the magnitude of the shift that's unfolding in our lives, and we have ample ideas for solid actions that could make our experience of the global shift a little smoother. It's clear that no single source of information or single idea is the answer to the critical choices that we're making in our lives today. Rather, there are many different solutions to many facets of many issues that are all appearing at the same time. Bourne sums this up beautifully, saying, "None of us can solve the immense problems the Earth and its people face alone." My reason for sharing examples of thinking like Bourne's, and the others previously mentioned, is to show that the ideas already exist and the wheels are already in motion to help us handle the global shift. As Bourne writes, each of us, by engaging in a few simple actions to help the environment and disadvantaged people, can make a contribution and potentially influence others we know to do the same. I've met people who think of our era as a time of frightening urgency as well. Once they recognize the extremes, their reaction is that we must act and do something immediately. Now, while it's a natural reaction to want to spring into action as soon as possible, my feeling is that we're living in what I like to call the zone of graceful urgency. It's graceful in the sense that we still have the time to do what it takes to avoid the tipping points of climate change, peak oil, and peak debt, and the dire consequences so many of the experts are predicting. There's urgency in the sense that now is the time to respond. Whatever we're going to do, whatever shifts we're going to make in our world, and whatever changes we're going to implement in our lives, now is the perfect time for those adaptations and innovations. We already have solutions to big problems, such as food, energy, and a sustainable economy. Our problem is a crisis in thinking. What will it take? It's clear from the studies, reports, and messages from organizations and authors described in the previous section that we have the foundation for real solutions that can make the world better and our lives easier. It's also clear that we have the ability to implement those solutions now. So the obvious questions are, where are these solutions today? Why aren't we using them now? What will it take before we do? The answer to our questions is illustrated in President Kennedy's visionary plan to go to the moon. Something else had to happen first, beyond giving the mandate to put a man there. Before he could go to the American people with his ideas, before the technology could be designed, before any trajectories from the launch pad to the moon could be calculated, before any spacesuits could be designed or the Tang breakfast drinks could be sealed into space-worthy pouches, before any of these things could even begin to happen, something else had to happen first. That something is what's missing in our lives today. It's a shift in thinking. It's fair to say that the greatest crisis of our time of extremes, beyond the crises of debt, energy, and food, is a crisis of thinking. It's our thinking that would make the life-saving solutions we already have a priority in our daily lives, and motivate us to implement those solutions in the world. The thinking we need would come from a deep-seated desire to contribute to the world, rather than from a sense of scarcity and taking from the world, and from cooperating with one another, rather than competing against one another. This very style of thinking is now supported by the new discoveries and the best science of our time. So, to answer the question of what would it take to bring the solutions that already exist into our lives? Let's begin at the beginning. Where did the thinking that has led us to the greatest crises in 5,000 years of history really come from? The answer may surprise you. Rethinking the false assumptions of science. There's a story buried deep in our culture that plays a huge role in our everyday lives. It's the usually unspoken story of us, who we are, where we come from, and how things seem to work in our world. I'm not suggesting that this story is necessarily something we routinely think about, or even one that we're conscious of. It's not a story that we share at the breakfast table with our families each morning or contemplate while we go about our rituals to prepare for the day. For many of us, it's a story that's buried so deeply in the way we think and act that we accept its consequences automatically without a second thought. Although it may be buried, it remains so present with us that it guides our choices and affects the way we respond to our loved ones, co-workers, and friends, and to the world, each and every day. It's a story of separation. No shortage of solutions. Since the birth of modern science nearly 300 years ago, the story of our lives has been that we're little more than specks of dust in the universe and biological sidebars in the overall scheme of life. We've been led to believe that we're separate from one another. We've been taught that we're essentially powerless when it comes to the healing of our own bodies or our ability to influence peace in our communities and beyond. Our story of separation includes Charles Darwin's belief that life is a struggle and we must fight for the good things that come to us in life. As children, many of us were conditioned to think this way through the mantra that we live in a dog-eat-dog world. The very phrase embodies the belief that the world is like one big, limited, finite pie, and therefore we must struggle and fight for our slice of the pie or miss out forever. This is the basis for the popular worldview of scarcity or lack, and the need we perceive for violent competition between people and nations. It may be no coincidence that during the time we've held this view, the world has found itself facing the greatest crises of war, suffering, and disease in recorded history. Is it any wonder that we often feel powerless to help our loved ones and ourselves when it comes to life's great crises? Is it any wonder that we often feel just as helpless when we see our world changing so fast that it's been described as falling apart at the seams? At first blush, there seems to be no reason for us to think any differently or to believe we have any more control over ourselves or where our lives are heading than this worldview indicates we do. After all, there's nothing in our traditional textbooks or traditional way of seeing the world that allows for anything else. That is, until we take another look at certain discoveries made during the last years of the 20th century. Although the results of paradigm-shattering research have been published in leading technical journals, they're often shared in the complex language of science, masking the power of their meaning from those outside the scientific community. Average non-scientific, non-technical people don't feel the impact of the new discoveries because they're being left out of the conversation. The latest discoveries in the fields of biology, physics, archaeology, and genetics are forcing scientists to rewrite the story of who we are and how we fit into the world. In biology, for example, the publication of more than 400 studies showing that nature is based upon a model of cooperation, rather than Darwin's survival of the fittest, has turned the thinking of evolutionary science upside down. In light of such discoveries, and others, some key assumptions of the past, now recognized as the false assumptions of science, can no longer be taught as fact. Examples of these include the following: False Assumption 1, nature is based upon survival of the strongest. False Assumption 2, random events of evolution explain human origins. False Assumption 3, consciousness is separate from our physical world. False Assumption 4, the space between physical things is empty. False Assumption 5, advanced civilization began 5,000 to 5,500 years ago. While knowing about such discoveries would be interesting at any time in our lives, they're absolutely vital to us in this time of extremes because the way we solve the problems of our lives is based upon the way we view ourselves in relationship to the world. When we think about everyday life, the way we care for ourselves and our families, how we solve our problems, and the choices we make, it's plain to see that much of what we accept as common knowledge is rooted in core beliefs based in these false assumptions. Rather than following the scientific imagery portraying us as insignificant beings that originated through a miraculous series of biological flukes and then survived 5,000 years of civilization as powerless victims separate from the harsh world we've found ourselves in, the new science suggests something radically different. In the late 1990s and early 2000s, peer-reviewed scientific studies revealed the following facts. Fact 1. Advanced civilization is at least twice as old as the 5,0005,500 years estimated by conventional timelines. Fact 2. Nature relies upon cooperation and mutual aid, not competition, for survival. Fact 3. Human life shows unmistakable signs of design. Fact 4. Our emotions directly influence what happens in the sea of energy we are bathed in. Fact 5. The universe, our world, and our bodies are made of a shared field of energy, a matrix, that makes the unity known as entanglement possible. Albert Einstein is reported to have said that insanity is doing the same thing over and over again in the same way and expecting different results. I think there's a lot of truth in this statement. To attempt to resolve the challenges we face in our time of extremes by looking at them through the eyes of the same beliefs that led to the crises makes little sense. To do so now, particularly while knowing that those beliefs are false, makes even less sense. To meet the challenges of our time of extremes, we must be willing to think differently about ourselves than we have for the last 3 centuries. And to do so means that we must cross some of the traditional boundaries that have isolated the discoveries in one area of scientific study from those in another. When we do, something wonderful begins to happen. The broken chain of knowledge. There is a chain of knowledge that links our modern world with the past. Each time that chain is broken, we lose access to valuable information about the world and ourselves. We know that the chain has been broken at least twice in recorded history, once with the burning of the Great Library of Alexandria during the Roman conquest of Egypt, and then again with the edits of the Bible by the Christian church hierarchy during the 4th century. As a scientist, I am of the opinion that the closer we can get to the original teachings that existed before the knowledge was lost, the more clearly we can understand what our ancestors knew in their own times that we could apply in ours. For the bulk of my adult life, I've searched the places least disturbed by the modern world to find sources of ancient and indigenous wisdom. My journey has taken me to some of the most amazing sites remaining on Earth. From the magnificent monasteries of the Tibetan Plateau and the humble monasteries in the mountains of Egypt and southern Peru, to the Dead Sea Scrolls and the oral histories of native peoples throughout the world, I've listened to stories and studied records. As different as each of the traditions I've encountered appears to be from the others, there are common themes weaving them into a collective fabric that displays our past. Those themes are reflected in the wisdom shared by the Mayan elder I met in Mexico's Yucatan jungles in fall 2012. In summary, he described how our ancestors did not separate themselves from the world around them. Art, science, and everyday life. The present from the past. While such wisdom is certainly not scientific, the themes that the wisdom conveys have, in fact, been confirmed by the best science of our time. In light of such confirmations, the question that comes to me again and again is this: if our ancestors had such a deep understanding of the earth and our relationship to it, and modern science is only just now able to validate this relationship, then what else did they know that we've forgotten? The question at the root of each choice. A single question guides us throughout each day of our lives. For some people, the question is subconscious, while for others it's not. Either way, our answer to this question is the key to every decision we've ever made in our lives, or will make from this moment forward. Our answer provides the basis for each and every choice we've ever arrived at and is at the heart of every challenge that's ever crossed our paths. The question is such a simple one that many people make the mistake of discounting its meaning in their lives. The question that holds such power for us as individuals is simply this: who am I? And because there are so many of us in the world today making big choices, the question also becomes, who are we? For over 5,000 years, the ancient and indigenous people of the world answered this question in a way that worked for them. Their worldview gave them the reasons to live in harmony with the earth, rather than to attempt to master it. It gave them reasons to work together as communities and form regional councils that worked to share the resources of the planet, rather to attempt to own them. With the birth of the scientific method, during the time of Sir Isaac Newton, all of that began to change. Since then, for over 300 years, science has tried to prove empirically what the indigenous traditions of our past accomplished intuitively. During this period, the story of separation and the need for competition has become so deeply ingrained in our worldview that we sometimes fail to realize what a huge role it plays. Nonetheless, it's the thinking of the past that's led to the crises we face in our lives today. To answer the question of who we are means we must first answer 6 fundamental questions regarding our relationships to ourselves and the world. They must be answered by every civilization, every society, every religious organization, and members of groups from each spiritual tradition in order to meet the needs of those who participate in the organization or follow the group's teachings. The questions address the most fundamental issues of existence. These ideas fit with one another, forming a pyramid of thinking. The questions they pose make sense intuitively and form a hierarchy of increasingly complex relationships. Beginning with the most fundamental question of all, from the bottom of the pyramid they are: 1. Where does life come from? 2. Where does human life come from? 3. What is our relationship to our bodies? 4. What is our relationship to our world? 5. What is our relationship to our past? 6. How do we solve our problems? We ask this last, because the way it's answered depends upon the thinking that answers the previous questions. On the left side of the pyramid, we see the false assumptions of science. These 6 assumptions encapsulate an entire paradigm of thinking that has formed the foundation of our story in the modern world. It's these very beliefs of separation and competition that have been at odds with leading-edge discoveries that began appearing at the end of the 20th century. With the acceptance of these now obsolete beliefs, Darwin's ideas of competition make perfect sense. The problem is that the new data no longer supports the old theories. The way we think of ourselves in the world creates the lens through which we solve our problems. Dangerous thinking. It's common for participants in my seminars to ask why it matters that the assumptions of the past are wrong. Charles Darwin's ideas offer a perfect example. They were first introduced in the mid-1800s, and we're now in the 21st century. Honestly, why is it important? These are good questions, and the answers surprise many people. It's precisely because so many of the false assumptions of science came into being when they did that they've had the impact they had on our world. Because so many of these false assumptions were introduced in the late 1800s and early 1900s, precisely when the foundation for our modern way of life was put into place, it's not surprising to see these principles reflected in so many aspects of our world today. During this time, the propositions put forth by the science of the day, such as the belief that there is no field of energy that connects the world, everything is separate from everything else, and the belief that nature is based upon competition and survival of the strongest, were quickly accepted and applied to the thinking about war, economies, and the way we solve our problems. In ways that are sometimes subtle, and sometimes not so subtle, these false beliefs are still with us today. For example, studies from experts, such as University of Illinois archaeologist Lawrence H. Keeley, author of War Before Civilization, Oxford University Press, 1996, contribute to the acceptance of war as a normal expression of human behavior. Based on his scholarly exploration of our past and his interpretation of the evidence he's found, Keeley's opinion is that war is a natural state of human affairs. War is something like trade or exchange, he says. It is something that all humans do. This type of thinking, which embraces competition, struggle, and survival of the strongest as natural elements, is reflected in the administrative structures of the big systems that are in crisis today. The world's economic system, the business models of many modern corporations, and the way in which we manage vital necessities of food and energy are all examples of modern consequences of an obsolete way of thinking. These false beliefs are with us in ways that are less subtle as well. Some of the greatest suffering of the 20th century was justified by the ideas of survival of the strongest. The thinking implied in all forms of genocide, and directly spelled out in some, is linked to Darwin's observations of nature, the way he portrayed it in his writings, and how these writings were interpreted by others. This thinking is mirrored in philosophical works such as the infamous Little Red Book, officially titled Quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong, and in Mein Kampf, the book that detailed Adolf Hitler's worldview. Both books were used as justification for brutal killings that took a combined toll of at least 40 million in the last century. Nature's model, cooperation. In the opening address at the 1993 Symposium on the Humanistic Aspects of Regional Development, held in Birobidzhan, Russia, CO Chair Ronald Logan offered a context for viewing the new discoveries of cooperation in nature as a model for successful societies. Logan cited the work of Alfie Kohn, author of No Contest, Houghton Mifflin, 1992, describing what Kohn's research reveals regarding a beneficial amount of competition in groups. After reviewing more than 400 studies documenting cooperation and competition, Kohn concludes, the ideal amount of competition in any environment, the classroom, the workplace, the family, the playing field, is none. competition, is always destructive. The natural world is widely recognized as a proving ground for experiments in unity, cooperation, and survival among insects and animals. From nature's lessons we're shown, without question, that unity and cooperation are advantageous to living beings. Such time-tested strategies from the world around us may ultimately lead us to develop a new blueprint for our own survival. To apply a strategy of cooperation, however, an additional factor must be accounted for in our world that does not appear in the animal kingdom. As individuals, and as a species, human beings generally must know where we are going and what we can expect when we get there, before we are willing to change the way we live. We need to know that the result is worthwhile and something to look forward to. Clearly, we don't know all that there is to know about how the universe works and our role in it. While future studies will undoubtedly produce greater insights, it's sometimes best to make choices based upon what we know in the moment, so that we can live to refine them later. Will we embrace what science has revealed? A powerful voice in the scientific community, Sir Martin Rees, professor of astrophysics at the University of Cambridge, suggests that the odds are no better than 50/50 that our present civilization will survive to the end of the next century. While we've always had natural disasters to contend with, a new class of threats that Rees calls human-induced now have to be taken into account as well. Emerging studies, such as those reported in Scientific American's Crossroads for Planet Earth edition, echo Rees's warning, telling us, the next 50 years will be decisive in determining whether the human race, now entering a unique period in its history, can ensure the best possible future for itself. The good news the experts almost universally agree upon, however, is that if decision makers can get the framework right, the future of humanity will be secured by thousands of mundane decisions. It's in the details of everyday life that the most profound advances are made. Without a doubt, each of us will be asked to make countless decisions in the near future. I can't help thinking, however, that one of the most profound, and perhaps the simplest, will be to embrace what the new science has shown us about who we are and our role in the world. If we can accept, rather than deny, the powerful evidence that the individual sciences are showing us, then everything changes. With that change we can begin anew. While for some people the possibilities hinted at by new discoveries are a refreshing way to view the world, for others they shake the foundation of long-standing tradition. It's sometimes easier to rest on the false assumptions of outdated science than to embrace information that changes everything we understand. When we do, however, we live in the illusion of a lie. We lie to ourselves about who we are and the possibilities that await us. We lie to those who trust and rely upon us to teach them the latest and greatest truths about our world. When I share this irony with live audiences, often the response echoes the wisdom of science fiction author Tad Williams, who wrote, "We tell lies when we are afraid of what we don't know, afraid of what others will think, afraid of what will be found out about us. But every time we tell a lie, the thing that we fear grows stronger." When the discoveries of today tell us that the teachings of the past are no longer true, we must make a choice. Do we continue teaching the false principles and suffering the consequences of wrong assumptions? If we do, then we must answer an even deeper question: what are we afraid of? What is it about knowing the deepest truths of who we are, our origins, and our relationship to one another and the earth that's so threatening to our way of life? Figuring this out may become the greatest challenge of our time in history. It forces us to answer the big question that is uncomfortable for some people and threatening for others: can we face the truth that we have asked ourselves to discover? Do we have the courage to accept what the best science of today reveals about who we are in the universe, and how we fit into the world? If the answer is yes, then we must also accept the responsibility that comes with knowing we can change the world by changing ourselves. Our willingness to accept the deep truths of life is the key to whether or not our children will survive our choices and have the opportunity to explore the next deep truths discovered in their lives. Reluctance to reflect new scientific discoveries in mainstream media, classrooms, and textbooks keeps us stuck in the thinking that has led to the greatest crises of human history. The catalyst: people and more people. Clearly, the biggest catalyst for change in our world is the sheer number of people who now share the earth, and finding the ways to meet their daily needs. In 1968, biologist Paul Ehrlich and his wife, Anne, released their sobering assessment of what we can reasonably expect from the growing numbers of people in our global family. 3 sentences early in their powerful book The Population Bomb, 1968, say it all: the battle to feed all of humanity is over. In the 1970s, hundreds of millions of people will starve to death in spite of any crash programs embarked upon now. At this late date, nothing can prevent a substantial increase in the world death rate. The authors have stated that the purpose of their book was first to create an awareness of the problems stemming from the world's growing population, and then to call attention to the suffering that was inevitable if the growth trends and demand for resources continued. While the book was criticized for its unsettling predictions of human suffering and mass starvation, the authors believe that their book actually achieved the goal that led to its writing. It alerted people to the importance of environmental issues and brought human numbers into the debate on the human future, they stated recently. In a follow-up article, The Population Bomb Revisited, they responded to the criticism by saying, perhaps the most serious flaw in the bomb was that it was much too optimistic about the future. In addition to natural cycles of change that we have no control over, arguably the single greatest factor driving our time of extremes is the very topic that the Ehrlichs described in 1968, Earth's growing population. While the epic suffering and death they predicted has in fact occurred, it's happened over a span covering 4+ decades rather than the compressed period of the 1970s and 80s they originally projected. The sheer number of people now living in our world, the resources needed by each and every one of them each and every day, and their desire for the energy-intensive lifestyle popularized by Western culture are perpetuating a self-sustaining loop of conditions amplifying our time of extremes. We see an example of such a loop developing between the growing populations of countries like India and China, which together account for about 38% of the people in the entire world, and their emerging demand for energy. As more and more people in these two countries enjoy new levels of prosperity from globalization, booming industry, and higher-paying jobs, they're following the Western model of what that kind of success has looked like in the past. They aspire to have the same luxuries of multi-car families and commuter-based communities that have been identified with affluence in the West since the boom of the post-World War II 1950s. It's these ideas of affluence and the way they're expressed that create a vicious cycle that demands more energy to power more homes, more climate-controlled office buildings, more public transportation, and more private automobiles, which in turn create more opportunities for more people, and so on. The sheer number of private automobiles produced on a global scale gives us an idea of just what such demand means. As recently as 2006, the world's automobile industry produced about 50 million new vehicles each year. In the space of just 6 years, however, that number increased to over 60 million. In other words, in just 10 years, 10 million new vehicles per year, approximately 165,000 each day, were added to the roads of the world. The problem is that the energy needs created by this modern phenomenon are still being met by the energy thinking of the last century. Gasoline remains the preferred way to power automobiles. This is where the cycle is pushing against unsustainable limits. Gasoline comes from oil. From the increased emissions of greenhouse gases and the health-threatening pollution that it produces to the effect of higher-priced fuel on the world's economy, the implications of a growing demand for oil are immense. Whether it was the environmental protests of the 1960s or the scientific warnings of the 1970s, concerns regarding the world's population and the fact that the growing number of people is the trigger for greater demands upon shrinking resources are certainly no secret. It may be precisely because we've heard about the problem for so long, without any meaningful signs of a solution, that we sometimes feel absolutely overwhelmed even thinking about it. Feedback Loop 1. More people, more energy, more people. The statistics for the world's population tell us that the number of people living on Earth hovered under 500 million for nearly 11,500 years. When we look at how that number has grown in such a relatively short period of time after being so stable for so long, the question is, why? What could have driven up the number of people living on Earth so quickly? While various factors play a role in answering this question, including the warming of the climate following the last ice age and the discovery of agriculture to sustain communities, one factor stands out from all the others. That factor is the undeniable link between people, energy, and food. The question is, which came first? Was it the growing size of Earth's population that triggered the search for more food and a fuel source that could meet people's energy needs? Or was it the discovery of an abundant and efficient source of energy that led to the ability to grow more food and the rise in our population? Depending upon which researcher we ask or what study we reference, there appears to be evidence supporting both scenarios. The dynamic relationship between energy and people is beautifully summed up by Canadian ecologist Paul Chafurka. It's obvious at a glance that food, oil, and population are tightly related, he says, but the nature of their relationship is open to interpretation. Describing the perspectives that are possible, he states, if you were an economist you could say that as the number of people grows, we go out and grow more food and find more oil to meet our growing needs. Conversely, if you were an ecologist you might say that increasing supplies of oil and food allow our population to grow. Or you could say, as I do, that they all exist in a complex feedback loop. Regardless of what we conclude has driven the rise in population and energy consumption, the fact is that the discovery of cheap and accessible fuel sources is directly linked with the largest increase in human population in the history of the world. The first doubling of the world's population, in 1804, illustrates this relationship, as it coincided precisely with the rise of coal as a global fuel source. Coal was so abundant and inexpensive in Europe and North America in the 19th century that it quickly became the standard for heating homes, as well as for use in industry. While it was certainly used as early as the mid-1700s, the mining and processing methods and railroads needed to pull the coal from the ground and move it in large quantities to where it was needed were still being developed. It wasn't until the mid to late 19th century, and even into the first half of the 20th century, that coal became the energy of choice. By the end of World War II, however, the use of other fuel oils, such as crude oil and oil products, became safe, efficient, and cheap. Although this led to a decline in the use of coal specifically as the preferred energy source, it furthered the relationship between people and energy. Today, we find ourselves at a crossroads similar to that involving coal and oil in the last century. This crossroads is triggered by the shrinking reserves of cheap oil and the new forms of energy that are filling the void. This includes harnessing renewable forms of energy, as well as tapping into mammoth-sized reserves of natural gas that are turning the energy equation of the world upside down. The key here is that the use of inexpensive energy that's easy to access correlates strongly with the rise in population. The use of cheap energy gave our forebears more time for leisure activities because their focus shifted away from survival. And it's this higher standard of living that led directly to the explosion in population. To put such growth into perspective, between 1926, the year Elizabeth II was born, and 2013, the Queen of England witnessed the population of the Earth rise from 2 billion to 7 billion. The marriage between people and cheap energy that began 200 years ago continues as our global family now is projected to reach 8 billion to 10 billion by 2050. Feedback loop 2, more people, more food, more people. In the same way that the world's population is linked to energy supplies, the food needed to feed our global family is also directly linked to energy. When we think about the way our food is produced today, intuitively this relationship makes tremendous sense. As the population of the world has increased, the demand for food has followed. With the development of farm equipment powered by cheap oil in the 20th century, farmers could produce more food in shorter periods of time to feed greater numbers of people. As a young boy growing up in the Midwestern United States, I clearly remember the signs along Interstate 70, a part of the country's emerging highway system, which informed us when we were crossing the border between states. During our frequent drives between Missouri and Kansas, in addition to the colorful plaques that told us we were crossing a state line, there was an additional sign that proudly displayed how much the agriculture of the state contributed to our country. The sign was updated each year to reflect the shifting conditions of weather and the availability of water. It became a family game to guess what the numbers would be before we got to the sign, and the winner would buy the family a soft drink at the next rest stop. In the early 1960s, the sign read, "One Kansas farmer feeds 26 people." In 2010, the same sign read, "One Kansas farmer feeds 155 people." The United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, confirms on a global scale what the Kansas sign was showing on a local scale. The world's ability to produce greater amounts of food with fewer farmers is a trend that seems to be well established. It's also the source of what appears for some people to be a conflict of information. On the one hand, the data tells us that we've got enough food for every mouth on the planet. On the other hand, we're inundated with requests for aid to feed the masses of people suffering from starvation in multiple countries on a daily basis. Clearly, the problem is not with the amount of food available, it's in getting the existing food to the people who need it. The term for this dilemma is food insecurity. Entire organizations have been created in an effort to bring an end to this issue. In 2010, the FAO released their annual report identifying the state of the world and progress made toward creating greater food security. They estimated that nearly 1 billion people in the world were chronically undernourished, despite the first decline in the rate in 15 years. Most of the people identified as undernourished in this study lived in developing countries. The conclusion of the report is similar to what you or I would conclude even without having the statistical data to support it. The levels of undernourishment in the world are unacceptably high. There is a direct link between the increasing population of the world and the need for more food to feed our global family. Food shortages are not due to production problems. So while the number of people being fed by our Kansas farmer has increased about 496% since the 1960s, the cost of the food produced has increased in percentages measured in the thousands. For example, in 1960 the average cost of 6 ears of corn was about 25 cents. In 2011, the price for the same 6 ears of corn was $3. An increase of 1,100% in 51 years. Similarly, the cost of potatoes in 1960 was about 39 cents per pound. In 2011, that price had increased by 1,129% to $4 per pound. Even adjusted for inflation, such a rise in food costs is staggering. One of the biggest factors contributing to the price surges comes from the cost of the energy needed to produce the food. When we think about it, this makes sense as well. It takes a lot of fuel to produce our food. It takes energy to drive the tractors to plow and prepare the land and plant the seeds. While the crops are growing, it takes fuel to create the electricity to pump water from the well to the irrigation systems to keep the plants alive. It takes fuel to run the tractors and huge combines at harvest time to gather the produce. It takes fuel to run the conveyors that move, sort, and prepare the produce for market, and of course, it takes fuel to power the vehicles that get the produce from where it's grown to our local market. While advances in technology have helped with the efficiency of farm equipment, the improvements are relative. A tractor made in 1980, for example, averaged around 14 miles per gallon of fuel, while those produced in 2000 were only a little better, averaging about 16 mpg. Because it takes so much energy to produce our food, it's not surprising that as the end of cheap fuel has arrived, the end of cheap food has arrived as well. As the growing number of people in the world demand greater amounts of food, and the cost of the energy to produce the food increases, we are now living a time when staples, such as rice and corn, are beyond the reach of a large portion of the world's poorest populations. As the world's reserves of cheap oil continue to shrink, the higher-priced fuels used to produce agricultural crops are reflected in the cost of the world's food supply. The image above clearly shows this relationship. The implications of using cheaper or alternative fuels are obvious. In the absence of such steps, higher fuel costs effectively render the food unavailable to many people. It's obvious that the relationship between population, food, and energy is a complex one. It's also clear that it's difficult to separate one facet of this relationship from the others. When we talk about finding successful solutions to related issues, such as those we've explored in this chapter, one of the keys is to go directly to the common denominator that links the problems together. In our time of extremes, it's easy to narrow the list of possibilities to the single factor that the others hinge upon, our thinking. The crisis in thinking that permeates our lives is based in a reluctance to accept the discoveries revealed by the best science of our day, such as the role of cooperation in nature, and what they mean in our lives. To transform our time of extremes, we must have the courage to heal the crisis of thinking. When the converging crises described by experts and pundits are filtered through a worldview based in the false assumptions identified earlier in this chapter, many believe that we're on a one-way collision course with an inevitable outcome of decline and destruction. While scientists and media commentators are very good at predicting such outcomes, the tipping points of things like peak oil and peak debt, the fact many experts are missing is that those tipping points need never appear in our lives. Before every tipping point of no return, nature gives us the opportunity to turn crisis into transformation. This fact is the good news that helps us to recognize opportunities for change when they appear in our lives. It's also what makes the true life examples of such change, described in the next chapter, possible. Chapter 6. From Tipping Points to Turning Points. The power to choose. If you do not change direction, you may end up where you are heading. Attributed to Lao Tzu, 6th century BC, Chinese philosopher. In 2008, Tom Stoppard, the renowned Czech-born British playwright, was feeling our time of extremes in a big way. For Stoppard, the sense that so many big things were happening in our world all at once left him overwhelmed and confused, feelings that led to a self-diagnosed case of writer's block. During an interview with Reuters, the creator of such classic plays as The Coast of Utopia and Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead confessed that he felt so overcome by global extremes that he didn't know which direction he should take his work. So much is in the foreground now, huge, important subjects, that you kind of goggle at them, Stoppard candidly described his dilemma in the interview. Shall I do global warming or shall I do Iraq? Maybe I'll do Afghanistan. And nothing gets written, he confessed. He eventually overcame his writer's block and went on to create more innovative plays, such as Dark Side, written to celebrate the 40th anniversary of Pink Floyd's seminal album The Dark Side of the Moon. Stoppard is not alone in his sense of overwhelm. I'm sharing his story as an example of what many people say they're feeling nowadays. They're stunned by so many big events happening all at once. Conference participants throughout the world have shared with me a similar sense of helplessness and hopelessness, as well as awe at how fast their lives and the world are shifting. It's certainly easy to feel overwhelmed by the magnitude of change. It's also hard to see how anything we do as individuals could possibly make a difference to the world. While I have no doubt that it's possible for one person to bring big change to the world in a positive way, I also know that it often takes a lifetime, or even the sacrifice of a life, to do so. From Mother Teresa to Mahatma Gandhi, Nelson Mandela, and John Lennon, poignant examples exist of how one person in the limelight of the world stage can open a door of possibility, vision, and imagination for others. What may not be so obvious, however, is what had to happen before these people could be such powerful beacons of possibility. Before they were able to shine their messages to the world, they first had to be honest with themselves about their dreams and the choices they would make to bring them to life. The speed of change. Whether we're feeling the impact of global warming upon our weekly grocery bill or the burden of global debt in the form of the loss of jobs in our community, it's good to be honest with ourselves about what's realistic for our lives and what's not. People tell me all the time that they want to change the world. The question is, how? Realistically, what can we do as individuals in the face of so many simultaneous crises? How can we turn our time of extremes into a time of transformation? And how do we share our personal transformation with our communities and loved ones? This is where being honest with ourselves comes in. There are two facts I would invite you to consider. Fact 1, honestly, the world's probably not going to change in the time it takes to read this book. Fact 2, honestly, the way you respond to the world can definitely change in the time it takes to read this book. There's an additional fact that makes facts 1 and 2 true. It's a fact based in the science of the natural world and how nature adapts to change. Fact 3, nature always makes room for new possibilities and positive change. When it comes to this third fact, our time of extremes is no exception. Many experts and media pundits view the converging crises in the world as inevitable stepping stones tracing a one-way path to irreversible decline and destruction. While scientists and media commentators are very good at predicting such outcomes, most experts are missing out on the good news that makes the title of this chapter possible. There's a turning point in any crisis when it can lead to positive transformation, when simply surviving can become joyous thriving. In our lives, that transformation is called resilience. In our world, that time is now. In other words, although it appears that we're on a collision course with the effects of climate change, peak oil, and peak debt, just as the United Nations and others suggest, these and other crises can be avoided if we act now. The question is, will we embrace the resilience from the heart that lead to the greatest transformation of living and thinking that the world has ever seen? The facts suggest we're about to find out. There's a time when every crisis can be turned into transformation, when simply surviving can become thriving. That time is the turning point. Tipping points, small triggers of big change. There are times in life when the principles underlying things that seem small and insignificant can make a big difference and lead to big change. A boiling pot of water on the kitchen stove is a perfect example. While we've all seen water boil, we may not have realized precisely what we were seeing as it happened. And, if we didn't realize what we were watching on the stove top, then we were probably missing one of nature's most powerful agents of change when it comes to our lives as well. Here's how it works. When we place the pot on the burner, the water doesn't boil instantly. Instead, it's a process. What we see at first is a change so slight that it may even look like nothing's happening. So we watch and we wait. Degree by degree, the water gets warmer. Our thermometer reads 195 degrees Fahrenheit, then 200 degrees Fahrenheit, then 207 degrees Fahrenheit. At precisely 211 degrees Fahrenheit, something extraordinary begins to happen. While the water still looks pretty much like it did when we turned on the heat, there's something happening on a subtle level. If we look closely, we see that a few small bubbles have formed on the inside of the pot. With the rise of just one more degree, from 21 degrees Fahrenheit to 212 degrees Fahrenheit, we see a big change. All of a sudden bubbles appear everywhere in the pot and the water erupts into full-on chaos. Now our water is really boiling, and we can begin cooking our rice or pasta, steeping our tea, or doing whatever it was that led us to boil the water to begin with. The key here is that a small difference was all it took to push the water to the boiling point. Although the lower temperatures were necessary steps to get to that point, it was only when the temperature bumped up that one last small amount that the conditions in the water changed and the water began to boil. That one last degree illustrates the process I'm describing. It's called the tipping point, and it changes everything. While the term tipping point has been around for a long time in mathematics and some other circles, it suddenly burst into our everyday vocabulary in the year 2000 following publication of Malcolm Gladwell's book of that name. The tipping point is a powerful exploration of what triggers change in society and how those changes can ultimately shift our everyday world. Gladwell defines a tipping point as the moment of critical mass, the threshold, the boiling point. A small shift can tip the scales of balance in a big way. Tipping points are often used to describe the point of no return when evolving conditions reach a place or a time that they no longer support the status quo. It's at this point that the original condition no longer exists, and a new one appears. This is precisely what happened in our example of boiling water. At 212 degrees Fahrenheit, the molecules began to behave in a new way that reflected the new conditions. For the purposes of this book, a tipping point can be thought of as the culmination of conditions that creates a point of no return. And when we talk about a point of no return, it's generally not in a good way. Turning points, nature's answer to life's extremes. We see tipping points all around us. In the mainstream media, they're used to describe conditions that range from how much longer the world's economies can hold up against the mounting strain of debt, to how many people in the United States can remain out of work before the taxes that run the nation become insufficient, or how far the relations between Israel and Iran can deteriorate before war becomes inevitable. By and large, however, the most common use of the term in recent years is with regard to climate change and what it means to us. How much can global warming increase before we reach the tipping point where Earth can no longer sustain life? How far can the climate-induced rising food and energy prices increase before the average household can no longer afford them? While we'll discuss these tipping points, and more, in greater detail later on, the focus here is the idea of tipping points themselves, and the good news that comes with them. So let's get to that good news. As mentioned earlier, before we ever reach a tipping point of no return, nature allows for a shift that leads to a new outcome. The place where the shift appears is the turning point. The fact that turning points exist stands in sharp contrast to what we've been led to believe about ourselves and the world. In the real terms of everyday life, it means that there's always a way out of a difficult situation. There's always an opportunity to change the path leading to one outcome to a new path with a new outcome. While this fact would be appealing at any time in our lives, it's vital to recognize it today, when we're led to believe that our future holds frightening tipping points in terms of jobs, food, and energy. Regardless of how much we believe we've mastered the forces of nature or insulated ourselves from the elements, the fact remains that we're a part of the natural world. We always have been and always will be, and today is no different. To see just how deeply we are linked to nature, we need look no further than the power of lunar cycles to influence the menstrual cycle of a woman's body, the power of day and night to influence our cycles of sleep, or the power that the lack of natural light has on the incidence of depression and suicide in places where sunshine is scarce. Even in a world of high-rise offices and apartments, where it's common for people to go for days without touching the earth under their feet or feeling the rays of the sun bathing their skin, it's clear that we're deeply enmeshed with the rhythms of nature. And it's because we are so deeply connected to nature that it makes perfect sense for nature's mathematics to be our mathematics as well. This is good news, because when we find ourselves headed toward an unwanted tipping point, nature gives us a way to set a new course with a new outcome. In mathematics, nature's key to change is commonly called an inflection point. In everyday life, it's our now familiar turning point. The power of the turning point is that it allows us to turn away from what is generally an unwanted outcome. A turning point of hope. We've all seen examples of turning points in our lives or those of friends and family. They can happen spontaneously, or they may be created intentionally. It's entirely possible that we've experienced both kinds without recognizing what we were seeing. So how do we know when one appears? A familiar example of a turning point would be when a friend or family member undergoes successful surgery to correct a dangerous condition in his or her body. Whether it's the removal of a life-threatening tumor or the repair of a vital organ, when such things happen, it's commonly said that the surgery has given our loved one a second chance. In other words, rather than continuing the course of deterioration that was leading to the tipping point of no return, the failure of his or her body, it's the turning point of the procedure that offers the new lease on life. I witnessed an example of just such a turning point in my family when my mother chose to undergo surgery for a cancerous tumor in one of her lungs in 2000. Apparently she had unknowingly contracted tuberculosis when she was a young girl. It was never diagnosed at the time, and her body had healed itself with no medical intervention. The doctors said that the scar created by a TB wound can become cancerous if a person lives long enough for the tissue to calcify. Evidently this is what had happened with my mom. While she and I have had many conversations about our body's awesome ability to heal, and Mom has certainly been to enough of my seminars to see the evidence of spontaneous healings, she was very clear about how she wanted to deal with her own condition. In a late-night conversation on the phone, Mom simply said, "I know those healings are possible, but they're not for me. I just want this thing out of me." I heard her loud and clear. I supported my mother's choice and helped her find the best facilities and doctors possible to honor it. As we made the rounds to evaluate hospitals and university research centers, Mom had the opportunity to personally interview each potential surgeon. She asked her questions to get to know each doctor, and I listened with another set of ears to what the best voices in the field of lung surgery were telling her. At the end of each conversation, I would ask one additional question. After all of Mom's concerns were addressed, I'd shake hands with the doctor, look him or her in the eye, and ask, "What role do you believe that God or a higher power plays in your work?" With only one exception, my question became the cue to end the handshake, as one by one, each doctor would turn and walk out of the room. It was at the very last interview with the very last doctor on our list at a university teaching hospital in Albuquerque, New Mexico, that one surgeon didn't leave. Instead, when he heard my question, he gripped my hand even firmer and let out a big belly laugh that surprised me. With a gleam in his eyes, he looked directly into mine, and with a thick European accent that I couldn't quite identify, he answered my question by asking one of his own. "Who do you think works through these hands to perform the miracles in the operating room?" he said as he raised his arms for us to see. He let out another laugh, hugged my mom, turned, and walked out of the office. I looked at Mom and said, "I think you've just found your doctor." Mom's surgery was a complete and total success. She has been cancer-free ever since, and has also made changes in her life that help her to stay that way. I'm sharing the story here as another example of how a choice in life can become the turning point that leads to good things. For my mother, knowing with absolute certainty that her body was free of the tissue that threatened her life was the turning point that gave her the freedom to change her routines of diet, exercise, and the way she'd been taught to think and live. It was the choice to do something that matched her belief system. However, having surgery, that was the key that made these other types of changes possible. Our personal turning points must fit into our own worldview of possibilities. Nature's rule: keep it simple. Nature is based in simplicity. It only becomes complex when we make it complex. The principles of life and our world can be described with simple ideas using simple words. And it's precisely because nature is so simple that natural relationships can be described using simple mathematics. A fractal pattern is a perfect example of what I mean. In the 1970s, a mathematics professor at Yale University, Benoit Mandelbrot, developed a way for us to see the simple patterns of nature that make the world, and everything in it, possible. He called his new way of seeing things fractal geometry, or fractals. Before Mandelbrot's discovery, scientists used another kind of geometry to describe the world: Euclidean geometry. The old way of thinking was that nature is so complex that it can't be described using one system of numbers. For that reason, most of us have grown up learning a form of geometry that only approximates nature's patterns. It's the geometry that uses perfect lines, perfect squares, perfect circles, and perfect curves. This is why our first drawings of trees may have looked like lollipops on sticks when we were young artists. The problem is that nature doesn't use perfect lines and curves to build mountains, clouds, and trees. Instead, it uses imperfect fragments, a zigzag line here and a wobbly curve there, that, when taken all together, become the mountains, clouds, and trees. These imperfect fragments are fractal patterns. The key is that in a fractal, each fragment, no matter how small, looks like the larger pattern that it's a part of. The term that describes these repeating patterns is self-similar. It is because nature is made of a few self-similar patterns that appear on many different scales that a CT scan of the blood vessels feeding into the arteries of our bodies looks like a satellite image of tributaries feeding into the Amazon River. It's for the same reason that the energy of an electron orbiting around a nucleus looks so much like a planet orbiting around the Sun. Nature is made of these simple, self-similar patterns that appear again and again at different levels of magnitude. With nature's simplicity in mind, when Mandelbrot programmed his formula into a computer, the output was stunning. By seeing everything in the natural world as small fragments that look a lot like other small fragments, and combining these similar fragments into bigger patterns, the images that were produced did more than just approximate nature. They looked exactly like nature. And that is precisely what Mandelbrot's new geometry shows us about our world. Nature builds itself from simple patterns. It's the place where energy moving in one direction, toward one outcome, can change to a new direction, and lead to a new outcome. Because we are part of the natural world, turning points are available for us as well. An easy way to think of the turning point is to consider the shape of the curves themselves. If our two-dimensional graph were to magically become three-dimensional, from the upper right portion of the drawing to the turning point, the curve is like a cup. It has a concave shape. In other words, it could hold water if it were available. From the turning point down to the lower left part of the graph, the line changes shape, as if a cup has been turned upside down. This convex shape could not hold water. The place where the change occurs is the turning point. It's this area between the two cups where science now confirms what different mystical traditions have told us for centuries: there is power in the place between. Nature's simplicity promises that turning points are simple as well. Mystery in the space between. In many indigenous traditions, it's understood that the mysterious space between things holds the power of new possibilities. In North American Native traditions, for example, it's the space between day and night that's believed to open the door to all paths and new outcomes for our lives. When we think about what the time between day and night represents, we see clear parallels between the Native traditions and the power of the turning point. 2 times each day, something remarkable happens with respect to Earth's location in space and the effect it has upon us. When the evening sun disappears from the sky as it sets on the horizon, the doorway to a mysterious period of time briefly appears. Although the sun is no longer visible, the sky is still light. It's not really daytime any longer, yet it's not quite night. It's this space between day and night that was called the crack between the worlds. The crack between the worlds appears again at dawn, when the sky is no longer the darkness of the night, yet hasn't become the light of day. From the descriptions of ancient Egyptians and Peruvian shamans to those of healers from America's desert southwest, the theme of these turning points is the same. Twice each day, nature gives us a time when our prayers may be offered with the greatest potential to shift our lives. In the language of their time, our ancestors shared the power of what nature shows us. Turning points are the way nature allows for change. The beauty of knowing that a turning point exists is that it holds the opportunity for us to change before we experience something that we don't want in our lives. Turning points, sometimes intentional, sometimes spontaneous. Nature recognizes 2 types of turning points. They come from different sources and show up in different ways in our lives. As mentioned earlier, a turning point can be spontaneous, such as the time between day and night described previously, while other turning points are intentional. In other words, it's possible to create a turning point when we need one. This is good news. It means that we can create our own turning points in our lives, as well as in our world. We can create them for issues of health, finance, relationships, and career. We can create them frequently, or on rare occasions. Each time we do, we embrace nature's fail-safe mechanism, which allows us to avoid the hurt, heartbreak, destruction, and suffering that all too often appear as the result of failing to recognize one of nature's windows of opportunity. Now that we know what turning points are, the best way to understand how they work is through real-life examples. The dramatic weight loss of Bill, a man who tipped the scales at over 300 pounds not long ago, perfectly illustrates what I mean. An intentional turning point. Unfortunately, the beginning of Bill's story is something heard far too commonly. He was unhappy about his weight and had tried popular diets without success. Nothing he did seemed to work for him. Bill's wife, who was also overweight, did find success with a weight loss program that she'd discovered. When Bill couldn't get similar results, the difference in their lifestyles made their relationship a struggle, and she asked for a divorce. The combination of not being able to lose the unwanted weight coupled with the potential loss of his marriage led to a predictable outcome. Bill felt hopeless, lost, and depressed. I began to hate myself for what I was, he says, and started realizing that I had a lot more I could look forward to. Bill rekindled a connection that he had made previously with a weight loss support group. Just like the boiling water at the beginning of this chapter, the changes in his life and weight appeared slowly. As he saw the pounds disappearing, gradually at first, and then faster, he increased the intensity of his workouts. Within 7 months, Bill had lost 100 pounds and dropped 10 pants sizes. He felt great. He was healthier than he'd been in a very long time and translated his personal success at transforming his body into becoming a minister in his church, where he could help others. It was during this same period that Bill was severely injured in an automobile accident. Before help could arrive, he found himself trapped inside his car with multiple injuries, including broken ribs, a broken shoulder, and damage to his face. Following his rescue, he was in critical condition for 3 days and then was hospitalized for 3 more weeks during his recuperation. It was his will, stamina, and improved physical condition working in harmony that set the stage for his successful recovery. The doctors and paramedics agreed on one thing: if Bill had had the accident before his life change, the sheer weight of his body in the car would have reduced his chances for rescue and even survival. What's important about this story is that it was Bill's choice to do something about his weight that was the turning point in his life. Because he made the choice to lose 100 pounds, Bill's turning point was an intentional one. We can create a turning point with a single choice. A spontaneous turning point. In 1928, a Scottish scientist working with bacteria cultures in a laboratory noticed that something unusual had happened while he was away on vacation. During the time he was gone, some of the cultures had changed in a way that was unexpected. Just before leaving, he'd set aside some used petri dishes still containing the bacteria to free up workspace for a coworker. When he returned, he noticed that mold had grown in some of those dishes. While the appearance of the mold itself was not really so unusual, it's the way the bacteria were reacting to the mold that caught his attention. The thin film that such bacteria typically create as they spread across a surface had been killed in the places where mold was present. In other words, the mold had killed the bacteria. The man's name was Alexander Fleming, and the mold that had contaminated his petri dishes and killed the bacteria contained the powerful antibiotic penicillin. Penicillin was the first discovery of a medicine of its kind that would kill only the harmful bacteria in the human body without killing the good bacteria or the body itself. Immediately, penicillin became the drug of choice for conditions ranging from skin grafts that are susceptible to staph infections, to sexually transmitted diseases and myriad infections caused by animals and insects. As powerful as this miracle drug was in its time, however, penicillin was found to be limited in the way it could be used and how effective it was. It wasn't long before even more powerful forms of penicillin were developed to overcome the limitations. Many of those forms continue to be used today. They include ampicillin, amoxicillin, and dicloxacillin. Fleming's discovery is a perfect example of a spontaneous turning point. It is spontaneous because he didn't set out to intentionally create the antibiotic before he left for vacation. It happened unexpectedly. It was his willingness to accept and embrace what he had witnessed, however, that made the turning point possible. If he had simply ignored the mold, cleaned the petri dishes, and continued with the experiments he had started before his vacation, we would be living in a very different world today. Fortunately for us all, this wasn't the case, and he embraced a turning point for himself, and for the countless numbers of people throughout the world who have benefited from his discovery. We can embrace a turning point that spontaneously appears in our lives. As different as these examples of turning points appear to be from one another, they both describe real events that changed lives in 2 very different ways. In the case of Bill, the turning point of his weight loss was one that he created intentionally as the result of a choice that he made. For Alexander Fleming, the turning point of using the mold as a healing agent was spontaneous. He noticed something unusual and recognized the meaning of what he had witnessed. These 2 examples illustrate the ways in which turning points tend to show up in our lives. While there's nothing unusual about the fact that they exist, the key to their power is what we do when they appear. The 2 factors that can give meaning to a turning point are having the wisdom to recognize one when it appears, having the strength to accept and embrace what it shows us. Now that we know how turning points show up in our lives, the question is, where do they come from? Where does a turning point come from? The source of a turning point can only be one place. It stems from us and the meaning that we give to a direct and personal experience. The key here is that it is our experience. It's not something that people from our workplace say they learned from their favorite reality TV program, something that our religious organizations tell us we should be feeling, or something that our families say is so because they've always accepted it. A turning point can only become real for us when we're the ones who have the experience. It's the result of something that moves us so deeply that we must shift our beliefs to match the facts of our experience. Such turning points commonly come to us in one of two ways, or a combination of the two. Either a discovery changes the way we think and what we believe, or a paradigm-altering event changes our worldview. It's through precisely these kinds of experiences that great teachers often help their students cross the gap between their limiting beliefs and the possibilities of their own power. They do so by showing them something or by creating a paradigm-altering experience for them. Either way, the student must then incorporate the lesson into his or her own thinking and beliefs. The Himalayan spiritual master Jetsun Milarepa, an 11th century yogi, for example, led his students into a state of consciousness that allowed them to move their hands through the solid rock that formed the walls of the caves that were their classrooms. By doing so, the students discovered for themselves that they were limited not by the walls of the cave itself, but by their beliefs about the walls. I've experienced these teaching caves personally during my pilgrimages to the Tibetan plateau. I've placed my hands into the impressions that the master's hands left in the stone. Even the remnants of such demonstrations have a powerful effect upon those who see them for themselves. In more recent times, a similar effect has been used to teach the students of martial arts about their beliefs as well. We've all seen the demonstrations of martial artists breaking through a stack of concrete blocks with a single blow from a bare hand. While this kind of demonstration is definitely dramatic and amazing to see, what's not often obvious to those watching is that the feat is less about the artist's sheer strength and will to break the block, and more about belief and the power of the martial artist's focus. From personal experience, I can share that the secret to breaking the concrete blocks or the stacks of wood that are sometimes used is where the student places his or her attention. The martial artist is trained to identify a point in space just slightly below the bottom of the lowest block. This point is the key to the entire demonstration. The martial artist isn't thinking about how hard he or she will have to strike or how thick the block is. In fact, other than using the bottom of the block as a reference point, he or she isn't thinking about the block at all. The whole point of the exercise is that for just an instant, the thoughts, feelings, emotions, and beliefs within the martial artist's body, mind, and soul are totally focused on a single point in space and time, the point just below the block. That's the rendezvous point in space where his or her hand will complete a motion. In that moment of focus nothing else exists, including the concrete block. Such a demonstration actually meets the criteria for both previously identified turning point sources. The act itself is a paradigm-altering event that changes the way the person feels about his or her relationship to the world. And the fact that the martial artist accomplished the feat becomes the discovery providing the factual evidence that the feat is possible. Both criteria create the need for a shift in thinking. One summer, two global turning points. We've all experienced turning points in our lives, although some are more memorable than others. In the summer of 1969, I experienced two turning points that changed my life, and they happened within less than a month of each other. I was on break from school that summer and working on a ranch in southern Missouri. The near 100 degrees Fahrenheit temperature, combined with the near 100% humidity that's typical at that time of year in this region, pretty much ensured that every outdoor activity would be a miserable experience. This was especially true for my main job of bucking wire-bound bales of hay onto the back of a slow-moving truck. Walking alongside the vehicle, I was tasked with lifting each 60-pound bale from the ground and catapulting it into the truck to be stacked just as the truck arrived at the next bale, where my co-workers and I would repeat the sequence. This went on for hours at a time. I looked forward to dinner each evening not only to find relief from the dust, insects, humidity, and heat, but also because it was the only opportunity to watch the evening news and connect with the rest of the world. Turning point 1. To the moon. There was a tiny black and white television in the dining room where everyone at the ranch would gather for meals. The TV was in one corner of the room, and the volume was usually turned so low that we could only guess what the people in the grainy images were saying. One night, however, that changed. As the drone of voices at the table fell silent for the dinner prayer, the words that were coming from the TV were unmistakable. "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind," the voice said. I felt the wave of two very different realities pulse through my body as I listened, one from the world that separated us from one another before the announcement, and one from the world where that separation disappeared, if only briefly, afterward. The words were from Neil Armstrong, and his voice was traveling from the ladder of a fragile spacecraft on the surface of another world, across space, to the television networks around the Earth, and to the little TV in front of me. The first human had just set foot on the moon, and through the recording, I was reliving the moment it happened. This was the moment that humankind's collective view of itself from countless generations past suddenly gave way to a new and expanded vision of hope and possibility. It changed me forever. It changed the way I felt about the world. It changed the way I felt about the people in the world. On that day, we were a global family beyond North and South Americans, Europeans, Asians, Australians, and Africans. In that moment, we were human beings, and we'd just accomplished something that until that day had been only the stuff of dreams. Suddenly it all became real. We were on the moon, and I felt it in my body. That moment was a turning point for me, and I remember it vividly to this day. Turning point 2, 3 days of peace. Just when I thought that I couldn't possibly regain the awe that I'd just experienced, the unthinkable happened. The TV stations that had been showing the images of Neil Armstrong on the moon just a few weeks before were now carrying another story that the whole world was watching as well. As I stepped over and turned up the volume on the TV set, it was clear that the story had the attention of the tired workers with me at the dinner table. In a twist of fate that couldn't have been choreographed any better in a utopian novel, the television was showing some 500,000 young people living together peacefully at the Woodstock Music Festival in New York. And it was happening during the same summer as the moon landing. What are the chances? I thought, reflecting on the irony. The power and synchronicity of what I was seeing on the television was both surreal and deeply moving. The news reports were describing how the 50,000 or so people originally anticipated by the festival organizers had unexpectedly turned into 500,000. The bottom line was that the facilities could no longer handle the sheer number of people safely. The organizers did the only thing they could do: they declared the festival a free event, and then did their very best to provide food, water, and medical and sanitation services to the rain-soaked audience that had turned the New York State Thruway into a virtual parking lot on their way to get there. While it had long been known that both the landing on the moon and a gathering of so many people were possible, the unknown factor was how such events would turn out. The fact that Woodstock ended up being the largest and most peaceful gathering of its kind in modern history was a paradigm-altering moment in the minds of people throughout the world. With so many young people gathered in such a small area with so little supervision against the backdrop of heated emotions regarding the Vietnam War, the widespread belief had been that chaos would turn the event into a dangerous disaster. But what transpired that weekend showed mainstream Americans that their fears were unfounded. Throughout the 3 days, which turned into 4 days, of music, nudity, sex, drugs, rain, and mud, the reality of the festival became the theme for a generation: peace and love. The fact that humans went to the moon, walked on the surface, and returned safely altered the paradigm that had held the vision of people bound to this world only. That this event happened during the same summer as Woodstock is a striking fact that future generations will study and marvel at it. In the span of just a few weeks, we showed ourselves that we have the technology to visit other worlds and the wisdom to live peacefully on this one without the need for law enforcement or a higher authority forcing us to do so. As different as the events were from one another, both Woodstock and the moon landing proved to be powerful turning points in my life, as well as in the lives of countless other people. And while we know that millions watched both events unfold on TV, I can only describe the reason why they were so life-changing for me. Both scenarios challenged the world's thinking, ideas, and beliefs that had been in place before they occurred. And both scenarios showed me what was possible. While the preceding examples illustrate the way turning points can show up in our lives, either intentionally or spontaneously, by identifying additional examples that are familiar to us all, perhaps we can get a sense of when they've occurred in the past and just how powerful they can be. As an event that changes our lives or as a discovery that changes the way we think and act, we find ourselves faced with facts that we must either discount or embrace. Once we know that the facts exist, it's our choice that determines where our turning point leads. Whether a turning point is spontaneous or intentional, the key to taking advantage of it is to understand that once one occurs, it opens the door to entirely new possibilities and outcomes. In light of the kind and number of crises that we face in our lives today, it may be that our ability to recognize critical turning points, or to create them when needed, will become the key to transforming our lives. What happens after the turning point? The key to unleashing the power of a turning point is to embrace the possibilities that it brings after we recognize it exists. At a turning point, three choices, each leading to one of three paths, become available. Each path creates a different scenario that leads to a very different outcome. These scenarios can be summarized as follows. Path 1, we recognize the turning point and embrace it. In this scenario, the new information becomes the reason to think and act differently. It gives our minds the facts that we sometimes need to justify making a big change in our lives. It's our willingness to embrace what the facts show us that can trigger a new way of thinking. In the previous example of Bill and his choice to create health in his life, it was an emotional crisis that led to his turning point. He felt hopeless, lost, and depressed. I began to hate myself, he said. In the depths of the crisis, the turning point appeared. He described his signal of hope as the realization of another possibility. Once again in his own words, he explained, I started realizing that I had a lot more I could look forward to. His realization was the turning point. Rather than denying his feelings of hopelessness or surrendering and following them to a destructive conclusion, he embraced his realization that more was possible. Bill's choice is how he selected Path 1 at his turning point. Path 2, the turning point is rejected. Those who reject information revealed by new discoveries find themselves on Path 2. Because they reject what the discoveries reveal, they believe that it's possible to think and live the way they did in the past and go about their business as usual. The problem with this thinking is that the conditions have changed, either in the world or in their bodies. And because of the change, it's impossible to maintain the status quo. Their choice places them at odds with the reality of the world. In Bill's case, for example, the failure to lose weight would have led to additional health issues and, ultimately, could have cost him his life. Path 3, the power of the turning point is ignored. This path is perhaps the most difficult to witness, especially in the lives of our family members and loved ones. The reason is because those who choose this path often do so believing they're doing the best thing for themselves, even when new information tells them their belief is not supported. A perfect example of this scenario is illustrated in the conflicting information regarding the role of fats in our diet, a view that is now reversed 180 degrees from the views of the past. There was a time not so long ago when all dietary fat was demonized as being the cause of a host of health problems, including obesity and diabetes. In this extreme thinking, some people eliminated every fat you can imagine from their diets, including coconut, avocado, butter, and even extra virgin olive oil. In their firm belief that their choice would lead to better health and greater longevity, they followed their new dietary regimen with a rigidity that would rival that of a military boot camp. I know, because I was close to people in my family and workplace who followed such a diet and did their best to convince everyone else to do the same as well. Problems appeared when follow-up studies showed that the absence of fat in the diet actually contributes to health problems such as cancer, depression, and a weakened immune system. Better methods of testing proved that recommendations of the past actually denied the body the essential nutrients that are now called good fats. Examples of such good fats are the omega-3 fatty acids that have been linked to reducing inflammation and lowering the risk of other conditions like heart disease and cancer. For people experiencing this path, it's fair to say that there's a conflict between what they've believed to be true in the past and what the new information now tells them. Sometimes the disconnect between reality and belief is so great that people simply can't find a way to incorporate discoveries into their existing way of thinking. My experience of people dealing with such a conflict is that it's not so much that they reject the new information as it is that they simply ignore it. In their family customs, or the beliefs embraced by their spiritual or religious community, there is simply no room for what the discoveries reveal. This place between the acceptance of the new discoveries and the outright rejection of them even in the face of new facts is sometimes called the zone of dissonance. The term cognitive dissonance, coined in 1956 by psychologist Leon Festinger, Ph.D., is defined as the discomfort experienced when simultaneously holding two or more conflicting ideas, beliefs, values or emotional reactions. We saw this zone of dissonance as the place between the embracing and the rejection of the turning point. Once people find themselves in the dissonance zone, they are held only by the power of their beliefs. There is nothing that stops them from moving into either of the polarities of acceptance or rejection at any time. The choice we make at the turning point determines what it means in our lives. While creating a turning point may make sense when we see it depicted as a graph, the question is, how do we make one occur in the real world? Once again, an example is probably the best way to answer this question. So let's begin with the story of a man who created a turning point by first discovering what was most important to him in his life. In doing so, he discovered a personal turning point and the new life that was waiting for him beyond it. A real-world turning point. Ken Kun knew he was a successful man. He had proved it through his life, his family, and his business. As the owner and operator of Biomes Construction, a company dedicated to building non-toxic and environmentally friendly homes, he believed his business was a perfect fit for the ecologically minded communities of northern New Mexico's high desert. In spring 2008, however, things changed. It was obvious to Ken that the world was shifting in big ways and that the shifts meant big changes for the housing industry and his business. Even before the devastating crash in the economy during October of that year, he was wondering how he could respond in a positive way to the crisis that was already causing the world's fragile financial markets to buckle. In Ken's own words, he woke up one night thinking about what the most important things were, and that's basically feeding and watering yourself. I need to help people grow their own food supply. Ken's vision was clear. The question was, how would he go about fulfilling it? His answer was intuitive and simple. It was then that Ken made the choice to honor what he knew best as a builder, while combining his skills with the needs emerging in today's world. In the past, Ken had constructed homes for people. But that was not what the world needed now. So he began to build a different kind of home. Rather than building a place for people to live, he began building homes for plants to live in. Ken designed and built modular raised bed gardens to provide a unique, sustainable, and affordable way for people to grow their own food. His raised bed, self-watering, and weatherproof gardens are part of a success story that continues to this day. Aptly named Grow Your Own, Ken's gardens have become so popular throughout northern New Mexico and beyond that I would be surprised if Ken ever goes back to building homes for people again. I can share Ken's story firsthand because he's my neighbor. I've known of his work for years, and my wife and I are proud owners of two of his raised bed systems. Both Ken and I have seen our community go through hard times in the past for varying reasons. The drought in the early 1990s, for example, was the worst seen until the present day. Now it's the influence of climate change, coupled with the economy of the world, that's having a similar effect. Ken's story is an example of a personal turning point, and one he created intentionally. It was Ken's willingness to contribute to what his friends, family, and neighbors need today, rather than trying to find a place where his skills have traditionally fit in the past, that made his turning point a success. It's from stories like Ken's that we can learn to take these ideas from the realm of theory directly into our life today. Changing the question. In Chapter 5, we explored the pyramid of thinking that determines how we view ourselves in our lives and in the world. We also identified the new discoveries that show where the thinking of the past is now known to be incomplete, and in some cases, wrong. While all of the discoveries indicated in Chapter 5 helped revolutionize the way we answer the question "Who am I?", two of them contribute directly to our shift in thinking and the way we can create our own turning points. The universe, our world, and our bodies are made of a shared field of energy that makes the unity known as entanglement possible. Nature relies upon cooperation and mutual aid for survival, not what Darwin called survival of the strongest. These scientific discoveries, and others, give us the reasons to shift the way we think of ourselves. In the old way of thinking, the question upon which we based our choices and problem solving was, what can I get from the world that exists? Today, within the context of the new discoveries in our time of extremes, it makes sense to change the question. Our new question is, what can I give to share with contribute to the world that's emerging? As Ken's example illustrates so beautifully, it's our answer to this question that changes everything. The way we answer what can I give to the world that's emerging is the key to developing new jobs, careers, new relationships with other people, and perhaps most important, new relationships with ourselves. Our answer changes the very reasons we approach life in the way that we do. It changes the way we think of ourselves in the world, and the way we think of our own worth in the world. Just to be clear, this powerful question is not based upon our worldly qualifications. It doesn't ask us what we think we're capable of doing or what it is that we're licensed or certified to do. It's not asking us what field our degree is in or how much money we need. Rather, it's asking us to do a self-assessment. And in our time of extremes, it makes perfect sense to do so. Knowing that the world is changing in big ways, we can recognize that our role in the world is changing as well. What can I give to the world that's emerging? Is an honest question to ask ourselves, as it invites us to acknowledge the realities of our shifting world. If you haven't already done so, this is an opportunity for you to experience in your own life what Ken did in his. While there are many variations with respect to how we may make such an assessment in our lives, the following guidelines offer a simple template that's a place to begin. 1. Ask yourself how your world has changed. Identify the familiar routines of the past that no longer exist today. Identify new routines that have replaced those no longer used. Identify responsibilities that are new in your life. Identify the relationships that no longer seem to fit in your life. 2. ask yourself what's important to you in this moment. What's missing in your life? What's missing in the lives of your friends, family members, and co-workers? What needs now exist for you in your world that did not exist 10 years ago? 3. Ask yourself what you can offer. How can your knowledge, skills, and passions be used to fill the needs of today? I invite you to give each of these questions the time and attention it deserves. Write your answers on a piece of paper and store them in a place where they're safe and out of the way. Come back to them in a couple of days, look them over, and update your responses. It's not unusual to discover that entirely new answers seem to come from nowhere after you stop thinking about the questions for a while. There are no right or wrong answers to these 3 questions. The way they're answered is not part of a test or hidden agenda. They are honest and direct, and hold the key to putting big energy into equally big changes in your life, just the way Ken Kun did in his. New discoveries give us the reason to change the compass of our lives from what can I get from the world that exists, to what can I give to the world that's emerging. How do we know when it's time for change? Once we know how easy it is to create and embrace turning points, the question becomes, how do we know when it's time for one? I'm asked this question often. In addition to the many times I've answered it in various ways for other people, I've also had to answer it for myself. And while it's a good question to ask, it's one that's not always easy to answer. The reason is because it's usually about relationships. Whether we're assessing our job, our family, our romantic partner in life, or a belief system that we've held dear, the need for a change is almost always tied to the most intimate relationships in our lives. In the following story, while the name of my friend has been changed to honor his privacy, the details can help us all understand the key to making big choices in our lives and knowing when it's necessary or advantageous to create a turning point. Working as an engineer in the aerospace industry during the Cold War years of the 1980s, I had the opportunity to see firsthand the effects of job stress on my coworkers, their families, and their relationships. The long hours in the office, followed by days, and sometimes weeks, of travel to install software on Air Force computers around the country, definitely did not add up to a regular 9-to-5 kind of job. It was commonplace for the team of men and women I worked with to arrive at a computer facility and find that sleeping cots, blankets, and endless amounts of coffee and the menus for order and meals were already waiting for us. It took only one such installation for me to discover why, once our credentials were cleared and we were locked into the security of a computer vault, no one could leave until the new software was installed, debugged, and up and running. Sometimes the job was complete in a matter of hours. At other times, the job took weeks. Under such conditions, it doesn't take much effort to imagine the stress that these work environments created for individuals, marriages, and families. It was during one of these on-site installations that a coworker discovered his wife could no longer deal with his long hours away from home and days with no communication. During a dinner break that we took together one evening, Gary confided to me that the most important relationship in his life, his marriage, was in trouble. Quickly the conversation revealed that the problems he and his wife were having were not just because of the long hours. Rather, the long hours were a catalyst that brought up the deeper issues that pushed an already strained marriage to the brink of collapse. Looking at me from across the table piled high with carry-out boxes and fortune cookie wrappers from days of Chinese food meals, Gary asked the one question I'd hoped he wouldn't, because I knew I couldn't answer it. "What should I do?" he said. It was a tough question for me because I knew both him and his wife as friends. I also knew that regardless of what I heard from him in the course of our conversation, there was a single truth that I could be certain of. Only Gary and his wife could know everything needed to answer his question. Only they knew what had happened between them. Only they knew the nuances of the conversations, the promises, and trusts that had been forged and then broken, leading up to our conversation. I shared my insight, thinking that doing so would end the conversation. But it didn't. Chuckling at a fortune cookie message that he refused to let me see, Gary looked up and asked another question that I was much more comfortable with. What would you do if you were me? Would you try to work things out, or would you leave the marriage? Wow, I said. That's not an easy question. I can't possibly tell you what I'd do. I couldn't know until I was in the moment of the decision. But what I can tell you is how I'd make my decision. I can share the questions I'd ask to get clear and find out what's true for me. I knew that my answer wasn't what Gary was hoping for. But I also knew he was curious. After all, he was an engineer. His job was to discover what it takes to make things work. I assumed that his curiosity applied to his marriage as well. Well, I guess I'll have to settle for that, he said, sitting up in his chair. So what is it? How would you make your decision? What came next was information I felt very comfortable offering. The reason is because I was sharing with my friend the same questions, the same criteria for decision making, that I'd already posed to myself countless times in my life. 3 questions always help me to get clear on what I'm experiencing, to know what possibilities exist, and to recognize what my options are in any situation. From romance and marriage, to jobs and family, these 3 questions have never failed me. I'm describing them here because I believe they may help you as well with the big decisions you make in your life, especially knowing when it's time for a change. It's common for the outcome of these questions to become a turning point itself. In true engineer form, I reached for a pen from my jacket pocket and a scrap of paper. I scribbled the questions and reached across the table to hand them to Gary. My only instructions were to answer each question honestly, knowing when it's time for a change. 1. Am I happy in this relationship? While there are always exceptions, most of our choices are about a relationship. Our relationship doesn't have to be with another person, however. It can be with ourselves and linked to a job, a way of life, a diet, or even a habit. Once this question is clearly stated, the answer generally pops into our heads quickly. Our job is to honor ourselves by truthfully acknowledging the reality of what has been revealed. 2. Is this a healthy relationship? This question may be the simplest, because you already know the answer. For example, do you medicate symptoms, such as high blood pressure, high cholesterol, chronic rashes, and a weakened immune system, each of which has been linked to the unresolved emotions of frustration, anger, resentment, and hurt? Do you find yourself searching for diversions, such as excessive amounts of food, alcohol intoxication, or other relationships, to help you avoid the person or place with which you are not happy? 3. Is it likely that things will improve? This question is probably the most difficult of the 3 to answer. And you cannot know the answer if you have not already tried to make changes. Have you had an honest and direct sharing with your supervisor, co-worker, family member, intimate partner, or yourself about what's not working for you? Have you sought objective and professional insights from therapy, counseling, or coaching? Once you have the answer to these 3 questions, the next step is where the real work begins. If you've answered 2 of the 3 questions with a no, then it tells you that it's probably time for a change in your life. While I'm not suggesting that you hinge the future of your marriage or the fate of the human species upon your answers, I am suggesting that they are invaluable tools to help you know how to make some of the biggest decisions you will ever make. For example, I've lost track of how many times, in the face of a challenging situation, I've asked myself if I'm dealing with a temporary speed bump of difficulty on the road of life, or if the road I'm on, the situation, job, relationship, diet, or habit that's causing turmoil, has turned into a brand new highway taking me somewhere I don't want to go. The 3 questions in the previous list, knowing when it's time for a change, have helped me know the answer. And it's these questions that helped Gary make his choice as well. In Gary's case, although he chose to work things out with his wife, while we were away installing software, his wife made a different choice. When Gary returned to his home, his wife was gone. His children were gone. His furniture was gone. His dogs were gone. Gary was left to deal with a very different world from the one he had known only a week earlier. When we're moved to examine our relationships, it's often because we intuitively know the answer to our questions already. The longer we delay in making choices for ourselves, the fewer options we have as the range of possibilities is narrowed by the choices that other people make. Chapter 7. Getting Serious About Life Transformed. Real Solutions in the Real World. Transformation in the world happens when people are healed and start investing in other people. Michael W. Smith, American musician. On October 5, 2007, one of the great visionaries of our time, Stanislav Grof, MD, gave his acceptance speech for the prestigious Vision 97 award. Each year, the foundation established by Dagmar and Václav Havel, the former First Lady and President of the Czech Republic, presents this award in recognition of groundbreaking prototypes with the potential to bring meaningful change to the future. The magnitude of Grof's pioneering work in social transformation was summed up in the closing sentences of his speech. One of the most remarkable consequences of various forms of transpersonal experience is the spontaneous emergence and development of genuine humanitarian and ecological interests, and the need to take part in activities aimed at peaceful coexistence and well-being of humanity. Grof described why such a fundamental shift in the way we think of ourselves is so vital by saying, "It seems obvious that transformation of this kind could significantly increase our chances of survival if it could occur on a sufficiently large scale." The kind of shift that Grof is talking about is precisely where the journey described at the beginning of this book is leading us. It's the convergence point where the crisis in thinking, the extremes of the world, and the principles of resilience all come together as one big turning point on a global scale. This is the sign of a world transformed. The possibilities of such a world could take us in any number of directions. For the purposes of this book, I've chosen to approach this topic in a way that takes into account both the shift that's possible on the global level, as well as the things we can do personally to create positive transformation in our everyday lives. For ease of reading, I've divided this chapter into two sections. Section 1, Transformation in the Real World, identifies 3 scenarios of transformation that are possible, which one I believe is the most probable for us today, and the most likely ways in which we'll see the transformation show up in our lives in the short term, as well as the long term. Section 2, Visions of Our Future, explores 2 very different perspectives on leading transformed lives in a transformed world. One perspective comes from a grassroots level. This includes comments from individuals who describe the changes that are important to them. The second perspective comes from the insights of academic scholars and think tanks contributing to the visionary blueprints of our future. Whether we're talking about the future of next week or that of the next generation, the key is that whatever becomes of our world and our lives, the transformation begins with us. Section 1, Transformation in the Real World. As we've seen in the previous chapters, there appear to be as many variations of what the world of our future can look like as there are people working to make it happen. Barring any unforeseen, or black swan, events that could change everything we think we know about our future, a groundswell of innovative trends today is paving the way for a world transformed. So while we're definitely on the road of change, the big question is, how will it come about? 3 scenarios of transformation. When it comes to transformation, both personal and global, there are 3 basic scenarios that appear to be within the realm of possibilities. For our purposes, let's give them names that best identify these circumstances. The first possibility we'll call a catastrophic transformation, the second a planned reset, and the third an evolutionary transformation. While there are various combinations of these scenarios, the idea is that one is unplanned and happens abruptly, one is planned and still happens abruptly, and the last is also planned but happens gradually over a period of time. In the following subsections, I'll expand briefly on each scenario. Scenario 1, a catastrophic transformation. I'm surprised by how many people envision, and even advocate, the sudden collapse of the world as we know it today as the best way to bring a radical shift in thinking and living to our lives. In this scenario, for any of a number of reasons, the transformation happens when the world as we know it abruptly comes to a screeching halt. Because our familiar ways of life would suddenly end, it's the kind of change that could not be ignored. Everyone would be involved, and for many people, such a sudden and radical shift would be nothing less than terrifying. When I hear respected teachers and scholars talking about this kind of change, it always reminds me of the 1951 classic science fiction film The Day the Earth Stood Still, which portrays an event so big that it commands everyone's attention. In the movie, it's a spaceship that brings a warning of destruction if the violence on Earth is allowed to expand to other worlds. In a scenario of catastrophic transformation, the world recovers from whatever the catastrophe is and begins to rebuild. The old systems that are corrupt and broken are replaced with new, life-affirming, and sustainable ones that work. The situation that creates the sudden halt might be an apocalyptic event such as a global war, a pandemic disease, or the collapse of the world economy. In this scenario, it's the big event that makes way for the transformation in a new way of thinking. I'm mentioning this scenario because it's one that's often talked about. When it is, people often ask, why not bring about the change in this way? The implication is that a catastrophe might be a good opportunity to create change. My personal belief is that we don't need such a catastrophe to trigger big change. It would cause unnecessary hurt and undue hardship on the people of the world who are the most vulnerable and least prepared to manage such an abrupt shift. These people rely each day upon timely delivery systems for food, fuel, and the necessities of life. We've already seen what can happen when supply chains are disrupted even briefly during times of natural disasters. With the wisdom and technology available to us in the 21st century, I believe we can transform our world without a catastrophe and the suffering that would come with it. Scenario 2, a planned reset. Another possibility for an abrupt shift on both a personal and a global basis is pushing the reset button. In this scenario, the leaders of the world recognize at the highest levels that the very foundation of our global civilization is no longer sustainable. They recognize the approaching zero hour, wherein the world's vital systems collapse under their own weight. This could include things such as the unsustainable burden of the global debt and the devastating effect it's having on the world's currencies, the destruction of global industry due to the unsustainable rise in the cost of energy, or the catastrophic levels of unemployment that have led to levels of welfare unsustainable for the world's economy. A planned reset would mean that by agreement, on a predetermined day, the world's industries and commerce would temporarily stop and then rebuilding would begin. This is where things would get interesting, as governments and nations would have to work together to put a new, sustainable infrastructure into place. One of the ways this could happen is for each nation to employ every man and woman who wants a job as members of a global workforce that contributes to, for example, the retooling for the new industries and the building of new power grids and transportation systems based upon clean energy and the sustainable use of land and resources. When the new systems were in place, the switch for them would be turned to the on position and we would begin anew. While my description here may be lacking in specifics, you get the idea. In a planned reset, allowances are made for debt, income, energy, and the essentials of everyday life while the rebuilding is happening. The thinking here is that the one-time cost of the reset, and the robust economy that would follow it, would more than offset the present-day skyrocketing costs of living and accumulating debt. While this option certainly sounds appealing in some respects, realistically the deep divisions between political parties, religions, cultures, and nations today make the cooperation needed for such a reset unlikely, at least for now. Scenario 3. An evolutionary transformation. In light of the extreme nature of the previous scenarios, I believe that this third possibility is probably the one that we'll be most likely to see in our lifetimes, as well as being the healthiest of the options. In this scenario, as the unsustainable systems of the past strain, buckle, and break, they're replaced gradually with new systems that ultimately lead to the kind of future we all know is possible. What sets this scenario apart from the previous ones is that the change is incremental. So while the complete transformation may take longer to appear in our lives, each of the steps to get to the transformation can happen quickly. Just as the temperature had to rise gradually before the last degree increase could trigger the boiling of our pot of water in Chapter 6, the gradual impact of peak oil upon our world, the role of increasing debt in our lives, and the growing awareness of just how fragile the world's supply chains of goods and services can be are all stepping stones to the turning point of transformation. The big difference in an evolutionary scenario is that the gradual changes give us, our families, our communities, and our leaders the time to recognize the need for change, rather than reacting to an abrupt shift where the thinking is more about how to fix what's broken. A template for change. The pioneering biologist E.O. Wilson once said, "It's obvious that the key problem facing humanity in the coming century is how to bring a better quality of life for 8 billion or more people without wrecking the environment entirely in the attempt." I believe there's a lot of truth to this statement, especially when it comes to the visions we hold of our future. When we think about what we'd like to see as our future, it's important to acknowledge what we've already tried in the past, and to look at what worked and what didn't so we can build the lessons of our experience into our future. With these ideas in mind, let's compare how we get our needs met today with how we imagine getting our needs met in the future. What kind of thinking is involved? In the following summary, the column to the left, labeled "The Need," identifies the vital needs that define the way our communities, cities, and nations function today. The center column, labeled "In the World Today," identifies the way those needs are met in the world as it is. The column on the right, labeled "The World Transformed," identifies how those needs will be met in our vision of a world transformed. Comparison of community needs. The need in the world today. Core values. Material wealth. Organization. Centralized, top-down. The need in the world transformed. Core values. Quality of life. Organization. Decentralized, bottom-up. This summary contrasts the two key elements that determine how information, ideas, and policies flow in communities of any size. These elements are core values and organization. So let's examine these needs more closely, beginning with the need for core values. Core values. Previously, we noted the need to identify a common vision, the shared idea that holds any community together. In the example of my mountain community, it was the rugged beauty of the wilderness that originally drew a group of diverse laborers, farmers, artists, and visionaries to the valley that became our home, and it was the threat of losing that beauty through development that brought us together to protect it. The values that define any community, from a mountain neighborhood to an entire nation, are the glue that holds them together through thick and thin, in the good times and in the times that are more difficult. For much of the modern world, core values have been based, to one degree or another, around the idea of wealth and expressed in terms of the acquisition, storage, and protection of money. Without a doubt, money is important, and our financial systems are a reality that we must all accept in order to participate in the present-day world. What I'm suggesting here is that the meaning we give to money will change in a transformed world. It will no longer be the reason why we work, and accumulating it will no longer be the goal of our dreams in life. For a core value to be sustainable for a local community, or for our global community, it must be based upon a principle that works for everyone and that's reflected in everyone's lives. For this reason, the core value of a transformed world will become the quality of life for our global family. While the indicators that tell us about the quality of life could fill a book, they must include honoring our relationship with the newly discovered biosphere boundaries that make life on Earth possible. In 2009, the prestigious science journal Nature published a feature that provided a first step in the reasons for shifting the way we think of the natural systems that keep us alive here on Earth. The report drew from a study authored by Johan Rockström, Professor of Environmental Science at Stockholm University and the Executive Director of the Stockholm Resilience Center in Sweden, and his colleagues. Providing a strong case for a much more integrated, almost holistic view of Earth's life-giving systems, it clearly shows, from a scientific point of view, what so many people have felt intuitively about nature and how natural systems work together to maintain the delicate balance of conditions for life. While there are hundreds of science-based reports published each year documenting the damage that industry and our demand for natural resources has done to the planet, I'm mentioning the Nature report here for a specific reason. It carries us beyond simply knowing about the frightening statistics of destruction. What makes this report so meaningful is that it offers a powerful, new perspective identifying the harmony that must be protected among the systems that make up the bigger picture. So rather than focusing on a single facet such as greenhouse gases and global warming, for example, both of which are already acknowledged as vital parts of the equation, the report states that we must think all of the planetary systems. In summary, these systems are identified as climate change, land use, biodiversity, freshwater use, the phosphorus cycle, the nitrogen cycle, ozone depletion, and ocean acidification. It's the combined effect of these 8 vital systems, the climate, the land, freshwater, and oceans, biodiversity, the phosphorus and nitrogen cycles, and the ozone, working together that provides what the researchers call the safe operating space that supports us and life in our world. Rockström and his team state that this bigger picture is vital if we, 1. Are to understand the complete story, and 2. Hope to have meaningful information to adapt to the changes that are present and those that are inevitable, and to prevent those that are still on the horizon. The shift from a core value of materialism to a core value of quality of life will need to reflect this discovery of Earth's safe zone and these 8 planetary boundaries. Organization. The neighborhoods and communities that make up much of the modern world are governed by rules based upon the same kind of organization that we see in most corporations and governments. They employ a top-down approach to getting things done, and while top-down may work for a business or a corporation, it has its disadvantages when it comes to communities. The problem is that when there's diversity in a community that's spread across different time zones, climates, geography, lifestyles, and culture, such as we see in the United States, for example, it's rare that one solution created half a continent away can effectively meet the needs of those living in communities where the conditions are much different. This reality is at the core of many of the divisions that have developed in nations undergoing large-scale change. In a transformed world, the ability of local communities to make the choices that are best for them will be the key to successful solutions and national unity. Food and energy. Even with the diversity shown in today's neighborhood communities, there are needs shared by all. Among these are food, energy, and an economy that provides a way to share, purchase, and exchange goods and services. But while every community shares these needs, how they're met is where the difference between top-down and bottom-up organizations is felt. Food. We've looked at very clear examples of how the globalization of markets, such as tuna and disposable paper products, can devastate local resources through overexploitation and the absence of sound management. Clearly, when we rely upon global markets for our food, we support the depletion of the limited local resources that make these goods possible. There's another factor that comes into play with global markets as well. It's the huge carbon footprint that accompanies globalization. For example, when we find blueberries, a warm weather crop, in our local North American supermarkets in the middle of December, it's because the berries have been grown and shipped from another place where the seasonal climate is the reverse of ours, such as South America. The crop is possible because irrigation systems, powered by electricity from fossil fuels, have been used to raise greater numbers of blueberries to meet the global demand. The quick harvest of these huge crops is accomplished by farm equipment, which also runs on fossil fuels, in place of local laborers harvesting smaller fields by hand. The produce is washed using large amounts of water that's pumped using electricity produced by fossil fuels. The berries are packaged and shipped to North American cities using large commercial planes that burn fossil fuels, and then transported to local markets using commercial trucks that also burn fossil fuels. So while the growing of the berries has benefited South American communities by creating jobs, we have to ask if the joy of having blueberries in the winter is worth the environmental cost that makes it possible. Consuming locally grown produce changes all of this. In our transformed world, communities will rely upon locally grown produce and adjust to the seasonal norms of their locations. The advantages are clear, and we know they're real because they're already apparent. When we eat locally grown vegetables, for example, we know the food we have on our table is fresh because it's been grown only minutes from where we're eating it. We also know that the money we pay for the food is supporting local jobs and is staying in the local community. And we know that the food is healthy, because most likely it's been grown from healthy seeds, in an organic and non-GMO environment, and in soil that's rich with natural minerals. Examples of the benefits of this kind of thinking: eat only locally grown, organic food, in my own community included avoiding regional health scares such as the E. coli outbreak from tainted spinach in 2007, the Salmonella outbreak from tainted tomatoes in 2008, and the Listeria outbreak from tainted melons in 2011, among others. I enjoyed eating worry-free salads and produce in the neighborhood cafes of Santa Fe, New Mexico, during each of these health scares because the businesses were already supporting what has been called farm-to-table produce. This is produce that's planted, grown, and harvested within close proximity of the places where it's prepared and served. The notation of farm-to-table on restaurant menus is becoming more common in many lifestyle-conscious cities throughout the world. Energy. Just the way that a bottom-up approach allows local communities to determine the sources of food that best fit their needs, the same is true for energy. While centralized, powerful, and reliable energy sources may be good to run the hospitals, schools, high-rise office buildings, and apartments in some big cities, there are places where local sources can supply, and in some cases replace, the large centralized systems. America's desert Southwest is a perfect example of what I mean. The Four Corners area of Arizona, Colorado, New Mexico, and Utah is well known for the duration and quality of sunlight that it receives nearly every day of the year. Albuquerque, the largest city in New Mexico, for example, experiences an average of 278 days per year of sunshine, and some of the smaller communities and valleys in the northern part of the state receive an average of 300 sunny days each year. In places like these, it makes perfect sense to use solar energy to supply homes, offices, and small businesses with the electricity they need during the daylight hours that they typically operate. In the same region, there are other supplemental forms of power generation that can be tapped as well. In addition to the sunlight of Four Corners, its weather patterns provide conditions that make wind energy a viable alternative to fossil fuels. The good news regarding wind energy is that it's not limited to a particular time of day. It works day and night and in all kinds of weather, just as long as there's wind. And it doesn't take a lot of wind for the system to work. Commercial turbines are about 266 feet high, placing them above the trees and buildings in the zone where wind is more constant. The blades are designed to move easily, even when the wind is only blowing lightly. The 9 Canyon Wind Project in Washington State, for example, is made of 49 turbines, and while the optimal wind speed is about 30 miles per hour, these will begin producing electricity with wind speeds as low as 8 miles per hour. There are times when faster isn't always better, and in this case, the turbines will actually shut themselves down when the wind reaches speeds of 56 miles per hour or greater. From the way we produce our food to where our energy comes from, in a transformed world the key to meeting our needs is that decisions are made locally. One of the basic tenets of the Burkina model for community resilience, described in Chapter 3, is acknowledging that the wisdom to address the community's needs already exists within the community itself. When it comes to decisions about food, energy, and jobs, the advantages of local thinking are clear. With respect to implementing local changes within the larger context of global transformation, the shift is already well underway, as the 9 Canyon Wind Project and many others illustrate. Social glue, innovation and participation. For any community, the factors of social glue, innovation, and participation seem to go hand in hand. Whether the community consists of a blood-related family under the same roof or a global community connected through Facebook or weekly blogs on the internet, the principle that holds the members together is the same: we need to feel needed. In a successful community, each member feels that he or she, 1. plays an important part in the processes at hand, and 2. has something to contribute that the community needs and wants. When these factors are present, everyone feels excited to participate and more willing to contribute time, support, and ideas. I witnessed these principles in action firsthand in my mountain community that I described in Chapter 3. I can say without reservation that they really work. The ground rules of our 45-member community allowed each person to have a voice and chime in with opinions, options, and possibilities when it came to our open discussions. Because we live on land surrounded by Native American history, we elected to use an indigenous tradition to ensure that each of us had an equal opportunity to speak, a talking stick. The idea is simple. As it's passed around the room, whoever holds the talking stick has the floor and the right to speak for an agreed-upon period of time while all others listen. Our talking stick was one that came into our community circle quickly and unexpectedly as a member stood up, walked out the door of the firehouse where our meeting was being held, and returned with the first piece of a tree branch that he found on the ground. That branch remained at our meeting place, and we used it during every meeting for the better part of the summer. And during that summer each member of our community became a necessary and integral voice in finding the decisions that worked for everyone. Section 2, Visions of Our Future. When I think back to the television programs that were available to my family in the 1960s, I'm amazed by how few there were. There were no cable and satellite stations at the time. Networks like CNN, Fox, and BBC America didn't exist. My only view into the world beyond my neighborhood was through the eyes of the three major networks: ABC, NBC, and CBS. Apart from the 6 o'clock evening news that fascinated me each day, my favorite programs were those based upon science fiction themes and the future of our world. I scheduled my swimming lessons, music classes, and homework around the next installment of Star Trek, Lost in Space, and even futuristic cartoons such as the Jetsons. Through these programs, and others like them, we were given a visionary glimpse into what the world could look like only a few decades into our future. And the visions were powerful. In addition to time travel, space exploration, and magnetic cars with no wheels that move at lightning speeds, there was a common theme that was shown throughout these programs. In the futures that were portrayed, for the most part the world was at peace and everyone seemed happy. People had all the food they needed from what appeared to be an endless supply of automated gardens. There were robots to do mundane tasks, so humans were free to do the creative, inventive, and visionary kinds of things that brought joy to their lives. 50 years later, the world that George Jetson, his wife, Jane, their children, Judy and Elroy, and their dog, Astro, enjoyed has yet to arrive. For the time being, we appear to be stuck in alternating cycles of war and peace, progress and regress, and abundance and poverty, in a world polarized between those who have and those who don't. Both the real-world statistics and our gut instincts tell us that something's wrong. We know that the polarized world of today simply can't last. Something's gotta give. Something is giving. And it's hard to miss it. The symptoms of our unsustainably divided world are more than just a temporary deviation from the norm. They're the proverbial canary in the coal mine, showing us where our attention is required and what needs to happen as the thinking of the past no longer fits into the world of the present. The turmoil of riots in Egypt's Tahrir Square during the Arab Spring of 2012 and again in 2013, the G20 protests in the American city of Pittsburgh in 2009, the groundswell of people risking their lives to cross treacherous oceans in fragile rafts and hike across hostile desert borders in the deadly summer heat in search of a better life are all stops along the journey that began this book. The world itself is telling us that we're on our way to another world. What's important now is to make certain that the world we're going to is better than the one we leave behind. The most obvious question we could ask ourselves at this point in our journey is also the most difficult one to answer: what does a better world look like? Interestingly, it's common to find that people are at a loss when it comes to answering this simple question. What does a better world look like? During a weekend seminar I led in autumn 2012, I opened the topic of visions of our future as a point of discussion on the last day. Throughout the program, the participants had already told me that they believed the current chaos of our world is the prelude to a better world of the future. They felt that the realities of peak oil, broken economies, and the disparity of the world's wealth were the tipping points for big change. With their ideas in mind, I asked the next logical question: assuming that you're all correct, I said, what does a better world look like? To my amazement, as well as that of most people in the program, there were nearly as many visions for what our future could look like as there were people in the room. My staff had set up 2 microphones on stands near the stage for participants who wanted to step up and share their visions. The lines were long, and we listened to each and every vision. Throughout the sharing, the audience and I learned something about the world that people hope for. Each vision of the future was being offered through the eyes of the hurt experienced by the person sharing. For example, the teachers in the room envisioned a world with a better system of education where the teachers are respected for their contribution to our society and all people have similar opportunities to learn. The scientists in the room saw a future where they're allowed to apply the technology that already exists in the laboratory to ease the suffering in the world when it comes to issues of food and energy. The nurses, doctors, and healthcare practitioners envisioned a world where everyone receives the full benefit of today's technology to give them the best chance for a long and healthy life. While there was a general agreement on the need for a sustainable, clean, green, and equitable world, there was a definite lack of consensus regarding what such a world actually looks like and how to get there. As I listened to the heartfelt and passionate visions for their future that the participants shared, I remember thinking that I was witnessing a microcosm, in our conference ballroom, of what we're experiencing as a world while we move through our time of extremes. I also remember thinking that if a room with 1,000 people who've consciously dedicated a weekend of their lives to such a discussion can't agree on a common vision, then how can we expect a planet of 7 billion people with diverse backgrounds, religions, and needs to do so? While we're quick to say we want a better world and we want changes to happen, where do we begin? How do we initiate the kind of changes each day that will shift the way we think and live? Following are two reports from high-level, highly respected organizations that give us a perspective on how we may answer these questions. I have intentionally shared the work from large global organizations to show just how far the thinking along these lines has come. One is through the eyes of the academic world, scholars, think tanks, and futurists. The other is through the people who see the need for change. When we marry big picture work with the types of grassroots changes that are being implemented by organizations such as the Post-Carbon Institute, the Bioneers, Transition US, and others, we get an idea of how widespread the vision for a big change in our lives has become. I'm sharing these perspectives as the common ground for a place to begin. The Global Trends Report. In addition to the futuristic thinking of individuals described in earlier chapters, entire organizations have been formed to draw upon the vast resources of many experts to offer a peek into the possibilities of our future. In this section I'll share details about two of those organizations to flesh out the vision of what a transformed world may look like. From the broad spectrum of all of these, we can then identify the realistic trends and futuristic possibilities for our world transformed. Among the visionary organizations attempting to gain insights into our future is the U.S. National Intelligence Council, NIC, formed in 1979. The purpose of NIC is multifold. One of the key functions of the organization is to provide each incoming American president a report of global scenarios and trends to help with the decisions that will be made during his or her term. The study is called the Global Trends Report. Compiling the research, data, and opinions of hundreds of experts from non-governmental sources, as well as from governmental organizations, universities, and think tanks, the report gives the President a powerful insight into the probable course of world events for 15 years, starting from the time of the election. It's delivered to the President-elect's desk sometime between the day of the election and the inauguration. The Global Trends 2015 report, released in the year 2000, was foundational to the Global Trends series because it identified key factors the experts believed would continue to be triggers of change for years to come. These factors offer a global perspective for our discussion of what a world transformed may look like. The 7 factors identified in this report are: 1. Demographics. 2. Natural resources and environment. 3. Science and technology. 4. The global economy. 5. National and international governance. 6. Future conflict. 7. The role of the U.S. in the future of the world. The Global Trends Report is just that, big picture ideas of future scenarios based upon big events happening at the time the reports are compiled. These include studies of things like globalization and where it's headed, the role of China and India in the global economy, how terrorism may impact the way nations work together, how climate change affects our lives, and much more. The point is, these are the ideas of experts from a number of fields, across a number of disciplines, dealing with the world as they see it and the future that they see from their perspective. It's important to understand these ideas because, realistically, our transformed world will probably be a mix of their concerns being addressed through new and innovative solutions that few people are even considering today. The United Nations, My World Report. In December 2012, the United Nations and its partners launched a new program that may become a first step toward answering the question of what a transformed world looks like to everyday people. While the UN has many irons and many fires, and some have become the source of tremendous controversy, the organization still stands as the single most recognized opportunity for large-scale cooperation and change on a global basis. For this reason, I'm sharing the elements of a new program they've put into place as an opening to our discussion. In other words, it's a place to begin, rather than a final answer to the question. The UN program is the first of its kind. Named My World, it's a well-designed and well-organized survey to allow people across the world to tell the United Nations, global leaders, and in particular the Secretary General's high-level panel, the most important issues they would like the post-2015 agenda to address. The UN survey was officially launched in January 2013 and is available online at www.myworld2015.org, as well as in a hard copy format. So everyone in the world can participate. The website is translated into the 6 official United Nations languages: Arabic, Chinese, English, French, Russian, and Spanish. The stated purpose of the survey is to gather the ideas from as many people as possible between the time of the launch in 2013 and its close in 2015. In September 2015, after this book goes to press and just prior to publication, the UN is set to convene to follow up on the year 2000 Millennium Development Goals. The survey consists of 16 options. From these possibilities, participants are asked to check only the 6 options of change that would make the biggest difference in their own lives personally and those of their families. My World. United Nations Survey Questions for a Better World. Better job opportunities. Support for people who can't work. A good education. Better health care. Affordable and nutritious food. Phone and internet access. Better transport and roads. Access to clean water and sanitation. Reliable energy at home. Action taken on climate change. Protecting forests, rivers, and oceans. Equality between men and women. Protection against crime and violence. Political freedom. An honest and responsive government. Freedom from discrimination and persecution. Along with capturing information that includes gender, age, country, and educational level, the goal of My World is to gain input from the greatest cross-section of the global population possible. The results are constantly compiled and updated on an ongoing basis. I'm mentioning the survey here as a first step in understanding just what we, as a global family, really mean when we say that we want a better world. My World results. While the My World survey is ongoing at the time of this writing in summer 2015, early results show a number of interesting, and possibly telling, trends that are worth mentioning here. The survey data is broken down into categories that include gender, country, and age. As of this writing, there is a high level of agreement for both men and women across all age groups and levels of education and throughout all countries regarding their priorities. On a global basis, without question, the top listed priority is 1. A good education. After education, both men and women selected the following categories in descending order of significance in their lives. They want 2. Better health care. 3. Better job opportunities. 4. An honest and responsive government. 5. Affordable and nutritious food. 6. Protection against crime and violence. 7. Access to clean water and sanitation. 8. Support for people who can't work. While there is near unanimous agreement on the priorities that include these 8 parameters, beyond this point the ideas become mixed with no clear trends evident. For example, men tend to see the category of better transport and roads as the 9th level of priority. This is not surprising when we consider that it's the men who are generally using the roads more often to provide goods for themselves and their families. For women, equality between men and women becomes the 9th level of priority. This is also not surprising, as there is a near universal struggle in every nation of the world regarding women's rights. Not only do these issues pertain to economic equality, but also to protection from victimization and abuse during the vulnerable years of raising children. To be clear at this point, I'm not suggesting that the future portrayed by the UN's My World 2015, the Next Global Trends, Lester Brown's Plan B series, or any of the other books, projects, or ideas I've mentioned is the answer to a transformed world. Each of them is a microcosm of the world, precisely like the microcosm I see in my seminars, and what we all see every day of our lives. There are many different ideas of what a better world looks like, probably as many as there are people in the world itself. I'm sharing them at this point to ground our view of the reality of so many different ideas and to lay the foundation of facts for where we go next. It's from this point that we'll have the information to bring in new possibilities, new turning points, with the potential to lead to new outcomes and, perhaps, very different worlds from those described in the reports. Cuba, 1990, an example of a real-world turning point. While think tanks and visionary scholars speculate on how a future of broken economies, the loss of corporate agriculture, and the peak oil scenarios might play out, history gives us a real-world example that takes the guesswork out of the equation. Following the collapse of the former Soviet Union in the 1990s after the Cold War, Cuba became a prime candidate for the benefits of community resilience. What happened for Cuba in the early 90s is difficult to imagine. But because it did happen in our lifetimes, it provides a living laboratory that shows us the power of a turning point of resilience. For a number of reasons, including the continuing U.S. trade embargo upon the island nation, during the Cold War years Cuba's livelihood depended heavily upon the imports, exports, oil, and support of the former Soviet Union. When the USSR disbanded, Cuba's imports fell dramatically. The post-Cold War economy was not only devastating for the people of Russia, it was even worse for Cuba because of its geographic and political isolation. Suddenly Cuba lost 80% of its export and import markets. Seemingly overnight, the gross domestic product dropped by 34%. Its oil-fed system of transportation and agriculture screeched to a halt. For a period of time, it could take 3 hours to catch a bus, and food consumption was reduced to as little as 1/5 of what it was before everything changed. The nation's oil-fed power system could no longer produce electricity, and there were rolling blackouts that lasted for much of the day. Without electricity, the cities were dark, businesses closed, restaurants stopped serving food, and the Cuban economy went into a tailspin. During this time, the ripple effect of the sudden loss of oil, effectively an artificial post-peak oil scenario, became painfully clear. Cuba doesn't produce its own oil. It relies on imports. And when they stopped, there was no substitute fuel, because the nation hadn't developed one. The conditions became dangerous. The agriculture that Cubans had depended upon was possible only because of the oil that had made it possible to grow, irrigate, and harvest a lot of food quickly. Without the oil, agriculture declined and people needed food. The combination of the collapse of agriculture, the loss of imported oil, and no foreign markets created the perfect storm that is often referred to in Cuba today as the special period in time of peace, or simply the special period. It was during this time that the Cuban people made the decision to adapt to the extremes they faced. What happened next will sound like it's taken from the highlights of this book. I'm sharing it here as an example of, and a testament to, the power of communities to create local solutions that work for them in a healthy and sustainable way. In cities throughout Cuba, including the capital of Havana, population approximately 2 million, the residents formed neighborhood communities. I'm not suggesting that they went through all of the steps identified in this book or that they followed a formal protocol of assigning responsibilities or a structure of authority. What I am saying is that they recognized the need to come together as a community to address a problem that they all shared. At the time, it was survival that motivated them. The communities needed to eat, and this became the driving value of their community vision. One of the first things they did was to identify public lands that were not being used. As communities, they cleaned up the land and began to plant inner-city gardens. During this time, Australian experts came to Cuba and demonstrated the value of permaculture farming under such conditions. Permaculture is a form of ecological design that models self-sustained gardens from natural ecosystems. Carmen Lopez, the director of one of the permaculture centers, described the effect of the Australians' teaching. With this demonstration, neighbors began to see the possibilities of what they can do on their rooftops and their patios. The gardens were successful. The communities began to produce enough food not only to feed themselves, but also people in other communities. Today, the gardens continue. They're now organic and have made the neighborhoods and communities they serve so economically sustainable that their presence has had an effect upon the policies of the government itself. Seeing the value in the resilient response of the people to the conditions they faced, the Cuban government has changed its motto from socialism or death to a better world is possible. They've also taken the steps toward more bottom-up government by shifting decision-making down to the community level, rather than enforcing policies that are made at a higher level from a location that is less in touch with the local issues. In this way, government officials are encouraging greater community participation and the people feel that they have a voice in their lives, their communities, and their future. The success of Cuba's response is not limited to agriculture alone. The same principles of community resilience and local solutions that kept people alive during the special period have now been applied to other areas of Cuban life, including energy, education, and health care. Finding the turning point. One key to an evolutionary transformation for today's world is to find a pivot point, the turning point of change, where a shift in a community's thinking triggers life-affirming change before the tipping point of collapse and suffering. Such a turning point for Cuba would have minimized the suffering from the loss of oil imports, because the resilience principle of spare capacity would have already led the nation to find alternative fuel sources. The fact that the Cuban people adapted after the fact is a testament to the power of resilient thinking and the fact that it's never too late to implement the changes that get us there. When we consider the potential of discovering such a turning point for the world today, before we reach the global tipping points of peak oil and imploding economies, the implications are immense. In the following section I'll identify just such a point. During the years I worked for Fortune 500 corporations, I was trained in crisis management and as a problem solver. So it's very natural for me now to think of our time of extremes from this point of view. When I look at the convergence of big shifts in our world today, it definitely appears that we're in a time of crisis. Just as corporate projects are often over budget and looking for 11th-hour solutions, the problems we face have become more expensive to address, and, especially in the case of greenhouse emissions, we're now beyond the 11th hour. But as I mentioned before, the fact that the crisis, or in our case, the multiple crises, still exists is the best news we could hope for. Because the crises are still with us, it means that we still have the time to meet them with the turning points that lead to transformation. And because the key issues we're facing are on a global scale, it means that the scale of transformation that's possible is global as well. The key here is to find a place to begin. We need to identify a turning point issue that addresses multiple crises while meeting as many of the human needs identified in the studies and reports as possible. Once such an issue is identified and demonstrates the benefit of resilient thinking, it will lay the foundation of trust and goodwill for the next big change, or milestone, on our journey of transformation. So what is our turning point issue? When I look at the crises, the consequences, and the needs stated from so many different perspectives, two choices stand out beyond all others. The first turning point is that the thinking to make resilience a priority must be in place. Assuming that this is, in fact, the case. The second turning point issue is energy. The reason energy is a perfect candidate for the turning point we need now is that energy is the common denominator that touches nearly every aspect of our individual and global lives. It's a factor in each of the crises dominating the landscape of our future, including climate change, food production, and the world's economy. The source of energy that we choose to meet the needs and demands of the world directly impacts the concerns stated in the World Economic Forum's Global Risks 2013, the UN's My World, and the NIC's Global Trends reports, and indirectly addresses others as well. It also lays the fertile ground for solutions of social change, a new economy, and environmental action shared almost across the board. Clearly, energy can be the game changer that eliminates the competition and the use of war for securing limited resources, such as today's fossil fuels. If we can get the factor of energy right this time around in the equation of transformation, the trust and goodwill created will make transforming the remaining factors, such as food and economies, much easier to accept. The energy that powers the world is the key to elevating each member of our global family to a higher standard of living. Just to be clear, however, this higher standard would not be measured by today's guidelines, where the accumulation of goods at the expense of limited resources is the means to a better life. Rather, it's by the sustainable and holistic standards of a transformed economy that we see the elevated standards. I invite you to re-examine the items from the My World survey and do so with the thought of how having a source of affordable, clean, sustainable, and abundant energy would make a difference. How can we transform the energy equation of the world in an evolutionary way? With the understanding that Scenario 3, evolutionary transformation, is the most likely and most realistic path to our future, the following describes how the transformation of energy may unfold. The turning point of energy. When people ask me where the energy of our future will come from, I begin my answer with a question: are you willing to accept an honest answer based upon the reality of our world today, or are you hoping to confirm an opinion that you have already formed for yourself? It's a good question to ask, because there's so much misinformation about energy in our future circulating that many people are genuinely confused regarding the realities of where we're headed, what's possible, and what's likely. Depending upon the way the first question above goes, if there's a follow-up question, it generally relates to what is often called free energy. Even the word free means different things to different people. In general, however, when this topic comes up, it's mentioned with regard to technologies that tap the immense energy potential that exists in the quantum realm. As an engineer, I've certainly studied the theories of free energy, zero-point energy, torsion field physics, and quantum potential throughout my adult life. I've seen what appear to be references to it on ancient temple walls, and I've heard it described in the oral traditions of indigenous elders. As a member of the Nikola Tesla Society, based in Colorado Springs in the 1980s, the home of Tesla's laboratory from 1899 to 1900, I had first-hand access to Tesla's lab notes, his working models, and his insights that might have led to the free energy, also known as broadcast energy, described earlier in this book. In all honesty, while I've seen prototypes of energy devices that work in unconventional ways, I've yet to see one that genuinely runs on free energy, energy from a universal source delivered without wires or cables, and I've yet to see a technology that is something you and I would like to hinge the energy needs of our daily lives upon. To be absolutely blunt, is free energy possible? Yes, I believe it is. Is the technology available for commercial use today? No. Not in a way that I'm personally aware of. Will it be in the future? Yes. The promising study of zero-point energy and torsion field technology holds the potential to revolutionize the way we think of energy and, ultimately, the way we power our world. Will we see it soon? While anything is certainly possible, it's probably not going to happen before the tipping points from our time of extremes appear on the horizon. And this is precisely why we need to be honest with ourselves and embrace the turning points of energy that are available today, immediately. Earth, wind, and water, energy from the elements. The next question I hear is generally with regard to today's alternative and renewable sources of energy. Will these be the answer to peak oil and the world's appetite for energy? The alternative and renewable energy sources that we are most familiar with today will probably not be the primary energy sources that power the world in the future. I wish that I could say they will be. Without a doubt, the energy that's available from solar, wind, wave, geothermal, and hydroelectric power are all viable sources to supplement the types of energy that we currently use in our homes, schools, offices, and hospitals. And there's nothing that I would like more than to say to you that these alternatives to conventional energy sources of today will be where we get our energy from tomorrow. The reality is that, 1. The technology is far from being perfected to the point where we could even begin to think of these sources on a global scale, and 2. Even if the technology were perfected today, these alternatives are designed to make use of regional conditions that support them rather than be imposed as a national or global energy policy. In other words, one solution does not fit all needs. When it comes to the energy that we depend upon each and every day for reliable, high-quality, and continuous power in our hospital operating rooms and air traffic control towers, the transfer of critical financial and life support data, and the monitoring of the world's nuclear reactors, water pumping stations, weather stations, and satellite communication systems, what alternatives remain? What will the energy resource of our transformed future look like? My sense is that the answer is really two answers, because it depends upon when in the future we're talking about, the near-term future or the long-term future. I'm going to share the most likely candidates that will unfold as the gradual transformation described in Scenario 3 from Section 1 of this chapter. In Chapter 4, we saw the peak oil curve and the science that accurately predicted the shrinking reserves of easy-to-access, high-quality crude oil. The reality of Dr. Hubbard's predictions appears to tell us that we reached the peak of the peak oil curve in the mid-1980s. An unexpected development, however, has redefined what peak oil means in our lives. The late 20th century discoveries of mammoth-sized fields of natural gas, and the innovations that allow the gas to be recovered, have changed the role of crude oil in our lives. While the general public is still thinking about oil as the primary source of the world's energy, the energy industry has already moved on with a very different vision. We know that the new technology is working because, beginning in 2011 and 2012, the world's energy markets were flooded with more natural gas than the demand could deal with. As prices dropped and new storage facilities were developed, one thing became abundantly clear. Oil is becoming less of a factor in the energy equation of the world, and various forms of natural gas, including liquefied natural gas, are here to stay in our lifetimes and for the next few generations to come. The reason, the same technologies that predicted Hubbard's curve for oil tell us that the world has reserves of natural gas that can last as long as 250 years if it's used at the current rates. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? When we look at the properties of natural gas and how it can be used, within the context of today's world, it's better than the coal and oil that we use today and is a step in the right direction. The chart that follows is a comparison of the emissions of coal, oil, and natural gas. Because the reduction of CO2 is a critical requirement for any new source of energy, natural gas is a good candidate. Natural gas burns approximately 50% cleaner than its counterparts of oil and coal, and is less expensive, making it more accessible to everyone. If natural gas can be extracted wisely, and if we factor in the local use of renewable sources, including solar, wind, and geothermal and hydroelectric power, where it makes sense to do so, it's possible that natural gas will be a stepping stone to meet the world's energy needs while we develop an ultimate source of abundant and clean energy. Big energy with no CO2? If I said to you that there is a source of energy that is abundant in the earth, cannot be made into a weapon, cannot melt down in a reactor, and emits no greenhouse gases, it would sound as though we had a nearly perfect energy source. Well, what I'll describe here is not perfect, but it may be another step in our journey to the ultimate source of energy. During the super-secret Manhattan Project of the mid-20th century, the race was on in the United States to find the mineral that could run the nation's nuclear reactors and produce byproducts that could be made into weapons in the Cold War era. The wartime thinking opted for uranium with its byproduct of plutonium as the mineral of choice. Since that time, uranium has continued to be the fuel source for most of the world's 430 or so reactors. While most people are generally aware that this is the case, they're also surprised to learn that another mineral was discovered that had many of the qualities of uranium as a fuel source, but without the harmful byproducts. This element, thorium, is number 90 on the periodic table. If we're really serious about creating large amounts of electricity, and doing so from an energy source that creates zero greenhouse gases, until we have free energy technologies, thorium should be at the top of our list. Here's why. It works on principles that are a little different from the uranium that we're all familiar with, and those differences make it an attractive alternative. In essence, the purpose of conventional power generators is to create the heat that drives the turbines to produce electricity. There are many ways that the heat can be created. The familiar technologies of the past include the burning of coal, oil, and natural gas. Nuclear reactors generate heat as well, and do so through a controlled chain reaction. The process generates so much heat, in fact, that separate cooling systems have to be built and maintained to help the reactor's temperatures stay within safe limits. When a reactor melts down, or gets so hot that the shielding is destroyed, it's often because the cooling systems have failed, such as we saw with the 2011 Fukushima power station disaster in Japan. I'm describing these principles here, because while thorium is used in a form of reactor, it works on a principle that makes it impossible to melt down. The liquid that the fuel is made of, a thorium and fluoride salt solution, is the same liquid that cools the system. One of the interesting properties of a thorium generator is that there's a direct relationship between its ability to generate heat and its temperature, and that difference is probably not what you'd expect. In the case of thorium salts, the warmer they become, the less ability they have to generate the heat. This means that if they were to reach a dangerous temperature, by the time they did so the reactivity would already be in a very low state. Safety plugs made of the same hardened salts that make the fuel itself would melt away, allowing the slurry to drain away into another container. In other words, the stuff that's producing the reaction while cooling the system would empty into a separate vessel, thereby preventing any further reaction from continuing. From local economics to global policies, there are a number of reasons why the mainstream energy industry and the mainstream press may have been reluctant to embrace thorium as an energy source in the past. In light of its implications for climate change, low cost, and energy security, those reasons may now be less of a factor. Thorium energy is beyond theory at the present time, and a number of thorium generators have already been built and are being used successfully for research and commercial applications in different countries, including India, Germany, China, and the United States. In the US, there have been 2 thorium generators, the Indian Point facility, which was operational between 1962 and 1980, and the Elk River facility, which was operational between 1963 and 1968. So while we need more research to hone thorium technology to meet the large-scale needs of the world, it holds the promise of a clean, abundant, and relatively safe alternative to tide us over while we engage in our search for the ultimate source of energy. I believe that our civilization will ultimately perfect the technology to tap the potential of empty space and torsion fields to fill our energy needs. The evidence suggests that after oil, we'll probably pass through two more phases of energy production on our way to the best futuristic source. The first of these phases is the era of natural gas that weans the world from oil and coal and reduces the greenhouse emissions from each. The second phase is the combination of renewable sources and thorium reactors that provide abundant energy with no harmful greenhouse emissions. There are many possibilities that could become global turning points in our time of extremes, including revamping national currencies and meeting new greenhouse emission standards to minimize the effects of climate change. While these and other turning points are certainly viable, the development of new energy sources not only addresses the needs of the world economy and climate standards, it's also a direct step toward raising the standard of living for all people. The added benefit of goodwill that could come from such an effort, combined with the elimination of the conflict that has come with exploiting finite energy sources in the past, makes a turning point of new energy very attractive. Advanced technology or sophisticated wisdom. During an emotion-charged exchange that I had with a regional archaeologist working in New Mexico in the 1990s, the conversation turned toward the role of the past and what it can mean for our future. We happened to meet at one of the most intriguing archaeological sites I've ever explored, the mysterious remnants of Chaco Canyon. Located in the Four Corners area of northwestern New Mexico, Chaco Canyon is an enigma of such significance that it's now recognized as a UNESCO World Heritage Site to ensure that the sophisticated observatory, the perfectly formed underground kivas, circular ceremonial chambers typical of some North American native traditions, and the 2,400 known archaeological sites are preserved for future generations. Part of the mystery of Chaco is that while some aspects of the site show an advanced knowledge that's about 1,000 years ahead of that of people in the surrounding communities, other aspects appear to be crude and primitive. During the conversation, I suggested to the archaeologist that we may be standing on the remnants of one of the most technologically advanced civilizations to have existed in North America before the 20th century. This obviously was an idea that wasn't part of her training, and she was in no mood to entertain new theories. If they were so advanced, she asked, then where are the gadgets? Where are their toasters, microwave ovens, and VCRs? It was clear to me that we had very different ideas about the meaning of an advanced civilization and what the evidence it left behind would look like. It was also clear that we would not agree on an interpretation of the mysterious complex sprawling in front of us. I never saw the archaeologist again, and I often wonder if the newer discoveries in places like Göbekli Tepe, Turkey, which now push the date of advanced civilization into the end of the last ice age nearly 13,000 years ago, have changed the way she thinks of Chaco Canyon. As I've mentioned in previous books, I find it so interesting that our interpretation of ancient civilizations hinges largely upon the things that they built. What about the thinking that underlies what they built? While, to the best of my knowledge, it's true that we've never found a television or VCR in the archaeological record of the American Southwest, or anywhere else, for that matter, maybe the reason why we haven't is what we're missing here. And maybe that's precisely the clue to what the future of a transformed world would look like as well. The native peoples of America tell a story about our past that sounds more like a science fiction story of another world. They say that a long time ago, the people of the earth lived very differently from those of today. There were fewer people to use the resources of the land. There were no wars in which people hurt one another or destroyed the land. And the people lived close to the land. They honored themselves and their relationships to one another and to the elements that gave them life. During this time, people were happy, healthy, and lived to advanced ages of hundreds of years that we can only imagine today. Then something happened. Although the elders don't always agree on precisely what that something was, the outcome for each of the stories is the same. The people of the earth began to forget who they were. They began to forget the power they held within themselves to heal and work together. And they forgot their relationship to Mother Earth herself. They became lost, frightened, and lonely. In their loneliness, they longed for a deeper connection with the world. They began to build machines outside of themselves that could duplicate the powers they dreamed of. They built machines to enhance their senses of sight and sound that had become dull, and other machines that could send healing into their bodies just the way their bodies used to create healing from within. The elders say that the story isn't finished and that we're part of the last chapter. They say that we continue to be lost, frightened, and lonely. And until we remember who we are, we will continue to clutter our lives with the machines that mimic our greatest powers. When I hear such stories, I feel sure the elders are describing us in our world today. With the few exceptions of isolated cultures and remote pockets of tradition that remain, our civilization certainly places its focus more on the world around us and less on the world within us. Is it possible that when we see the remains of advanced civilizations, like those in Egypt, Peru, or Chaco Canyon, we're actually seeing the remains of a technology that's so advanced that they no longer needed toasters and VCRs? Maybe they outgrew the need for a cluttered and complex outer world. Maybe they knew something about themselves that gave them the inner technology to live in a different way, something that we've forgotten, as the elders suggest. We spend billions of dollars each year defending ourselves from disease and trying to control nature. In doing so, we have perhaps strayed further from our balance with the natural world than ever before. The elders say that our cluttered world serves a purpose. Once we remember who we are, we will no longer need the machines and our lives will become simple again. But here's the key, our lives will become simple because we've achieved the sophistication that frees us from the technology. So rather than reverting to a primitive way of living, we actually become so advanced in the way that we live that our lives look simple to the casual observer. This is what I believe the archaeologist and I were witnessing that day in Chaco Canyon. Whoever lived in that place knew of our relationship with the sun and the moon with a precision that was not even recognized again until the mid-20th century. The people living there built perfect roads that radiate for hundreds of miles in all directions and could only be recognized when modern satellite images revealed them. Clearly the people of Chaco Canyon had advanced knowledge and used it to make their lives simpler. If this is true, then we need look no further than nature to understand who we are and what the future of a world transformed can look like. Whatever world we bring into existence, to be successful it will have to work for everyone. And I believe this is the key to our future as a species as well. While it's possible to transform our world in such a way that the standard of living is raised for everyone, rather than elevating it for a few at the expense of many, to do so requires a choice. This choice brings us back to the unspoken crisis that was described as the elephant in the room, the crisis in our thinking. To transform our world to reflect the possibilities that I've described requires a fundamental shift at the very core of the values that we claim as a global community. But once we replace the core value of money, for example, with the core value of quality of life and well-being, we're on our way. Just to be clear, this is not a statement that money is the root of our problems or that it is bad in any way. Money is a means of exchange and, in all honesty, a means that will probably be with us for a long time. My comment is not about the money itself. It's about us. It's about the way we think of money, the significance we give to money, and the role that we've allowed money to play in our lives. When we make this choice in our lives and it becomes the standard by which we measure every policy and each action, including the development of technology and the application of science, the current of change will be unstoppable. By reading of these possibilities in this book, and others, we ignite the realization of such a world. Creating your turning point. Throughout this book, I've shared elements of a lifestyle and a shift in thinking that can help us create turning points of resilience in our lives. Everyone learns differently, and it's for this reason that I've done my best to offer different perspectives that allow us to see how these ideas play out in the real world. With the information in the previous chapters still fresh in your mind, you now have everything you need to answer the question, how do I create my own turning point of resilience? The following is a possible sequence of steps, a template, for doing just that. A template for creating your personal turning point of resilience. The bullet points below represent a high-level summary of steps to create resilience in your life. While this book describes these turning points with respect to the bigger changes occurring in our world, the principles of resilience are also designed to foster any kind of change in your life. Regardless of whether these changes are triggered by our world of extremes or your personal processes, these steps will guide you through the thinking to discover which actions are right for you. Each bullet point is an invitation. It's the opportunity for you to 1. Consider your life and the way you've thought about your life in the past, and 2. Decide whether or not your way of thinking still suits conditions in the world. If you find that it's time for a change, the bullets will guide you to the places in this book, as well as additional resources, that will help you in your change. Remember, these bullet points represent proven steps, those that have created turning points for other people and communities. Because they've worked for others, you can be confident that each one can bring you closer to the thinking and living of a world transformed. Be honest with yourself. Ask yourself if the world feels different today, now. Acknowledge our time of extremes. Identify what makes this time in your life different from your life in the past. Embrace the fact that your life and our world are changing faster than we've been prepared to accept. Pinpoint what this means for you. Identify your core values. Ask yourself what your core value system is based upon. Is your answer based upon material wealth, personal well-being, family and/or group well-being, spirituality, religion, or a combination of these values, or any other values? Your answer will give you clarity when it comes to difficult decisions regarding lifestyle and your daily life. Develop personal and heart-based resilience. By developing the strength of your inner resilience first, you will be better prepared to meet the challenges of our changing world and the needs of your loved ones who depend upon you. Your finances. Support the things that you believe in. Invest your money and energy in ways that you can feel good about. This sets an example for your children and other family members, while giving you the satisfaction of participating in positive change on a global scale with your investments, as well as on a local scale with the impact they have upon your community. Embrace money as a powerful tool, yet keep its role in your life in perspective. The relationship between value and worth is changing in our lives. Explore what this means for you and use your hard-earned money and resources wisely to reflect the new economic realities. Acknowledge that the meaning of money is changing. A new economy is emerging, and the way we've thought of money in the past is changing. We've entered a time where the long-term investments of the past now carry a greater risk because of the fragile nature of the world's markets. This means that assets based in paper, such as stock certificates, can lose their value in a matter of hours, whereas tangible assets, commodities such as energy, water, and food, will never be worth zero. This fact is your invitation to adjust your financial plans. Your politics. Support people and ideas that align with your values and beliefs. In the present top-down system of government and decision-making, the people we choose from our local communities to represent us are our opportunity to have a voice in the bigger picture. There are candidates out there who can be trusted to carry the message that you and your community want to be heard on a larger scale. These candidates can only work for you if you get behind their message. Be informed. Look deeply into the major issues of our time. Learn to research for yourself rather than depending upon a flyer that comes to your door or the endorsement by a newspaper or an organization for your information. Seek out sources of news and information beyond the bias of mainstream television and radio networks, web portals, and publications. Make the time required for such research a priority in your life. Follow your choices. After the elections on any level, citywide, statewide, national, make it a point to follow the results and see if your candidates continue to represent your values once they're in office. This is one place where community can be invaluable, as the time and effort for such research can be distributed throughout the community on an as-needed basis and the results disseminated at community gatherings. Your community. Gather your community. Now is the time to gather your community, whether it's your family under one roof, neighbors in separate homes, or people of like mind being connected through clubs and associations in the same city or virtually in cyberspace, and embrace the fact that our lives and our world are changing faster than we've been prepared to accept in the past. Acknowledge our time of extremes. Identify what this means for you and your community. What has changed, and how can your community make the changes easier in members' lives? State the goals of your community. Why have you come together? Define what you hope to accomplish as a community. This is one of the keys to the success of your community, and what you do at this point will become a point of reference in the future when questions arise as to the scope of your community goals. Identify your community's core values. Ask yourself if your community's core value system and organization is based upon things such as material wealth, personal, family, and group well-being, spirituality, religion, or a combination of these or any other principles. This is a key that will help assure your community members that everyone has clarity when it comes to difficult decisions. Develop a plan of community resilience. This step is directly related to the way your community feels about our time of extremes. It's also the step where you and your community members can voice your concerns, reservations, and fears, as well as identify your strengths and the conditions that you honestly feel may need the greatest levels of resilience. If you are in a seaside community that is becoming more prone to superstorms that impact the necessities of daily living, or in an area that is especially susceptible to wildfires or any natural disaster, a plan of action creates resilience before a community needs it, along with the peace of mind that comes from having done so. Welcome home. When we consider separately the facts of our time of extremes, the records of Earth's ancient history, and the experiences of our indigenous ancestors from thousands of years ago, we're presented with interesting information. When we marry these facts, they tell us a story. It's our story, and we're completing a chapter that we began over 5,000 years ago. We're living the repeat today of the cycles of change that our ancestors experienced in their time. The big difference is that we're sharing the experience with a family of 7 billion people. Although we can't know precisely how our story will end, we can know with certainty that our time of extremes is the birth of a new normal and a new way of life. Our lives are changing to reflect this transition. Your ability to thrive through the transition while turning our time of extremes into a time of transformation hinges upon 1. Your willingness to acknowledge the emerging world, and 2. How you learn to adapt to it. It makes sense to expect volatility where life has been smooth sailing in the past. It makes sense to expect record-setting weather and plan accordingly. It makes sense that the weakened economies of the world point to the need for new strategies in your ideas of savings and retirement. It makes sense to plan for temporary disruptions in supplies and services as the strain of climate change and the world's reduced workforce is reflected in your life. These are among the realities that you face as the world, and your life, makes way for the new normal. They're inconvenient, but they're temporary. We're not being honest with ourselves or one another if we pretend that they don't exist. To turn such extremes into transformation, you must be willing to acknowledge what the world shows you and accept your role in adapting to what you are being shown. Because our time of extremes is so very different from times past, it makes perfect sense to expect that our lives must change and our thinking must change as well. It makes perfect sense to live resiliently and adapt to our emerging world rather than to thrust the solutions of the past onto the problems of today. We've already tried those. When it comes to the world's economy and climate change, it's clear that the old solutions aren't working. It's also clear that to adapt to the transition we're living through, we must cross the traditional boundaries that have kept us from knowing ourselves in the past. When we do, something wonderful begins to happen. And it all begins with the heart-based resilience that we can build into our everyday lives. Each of the items in the preceding template represents an important element in your life. Each bullet is like a rubber band of possibilities that can only stretch so far. In our time of extremes, each aspect of our lives is being stretched to its limit. The question is, will you choose the turning points that ease the tension in your rubber bands of possibilities? Will you embrace the greatest transformation of power, wealth, and resources in the history of the world? The shift is all about you. It's your journey. The new world has arrived. Welcome home.